please be seated. Shall we start? Yes. Good evening and welcome to this meeting of Medway's Full Council, which is, of course, being live streamed via the Council's website. Medway Interfaith Action are supporting the mayoralty this year, and John Caruana, representing the Roman Catholic faith, will now say prayers. John.
Thank you, Lady Mayor, for your invitation for me to say a few words in prayer. Your worship is another addition to the rich tapestry of the Medway community. It's good to meet you at the Peace Walk last Saturday. My name is John Caruana. I'm a parishioner of St. Simon's Stock Catholic Church in Walderslade. The parish priest is Father Paweł Sobol, hails from Poland, and another addition to our diversity. I was born in Malta 86 years ago, old enough to remember the siege of World War II. 2.5 years of constant bombing to render the island fortress useless as an important naval base in the central Mediterranean. At the age of 4, one would say, what is this fuss about? Living and sleeping most of the time in air raid shelters. And the hunger. Never forget the hunger. When my mother used to say, we have not got any food, she meant it. The turning point of the siege was when Operation Pedestal, when 14 merchant ships, escorted by the Royal Navy, left Liverpool. Only 5 managed to survive, limping into Grand Harbour with the vital supplies. One of them was of the Union Castle Line, the SS Rochester Castle. Little did I know that one day I'd be living down the road from Rochester Castle. The convoy arrived on the 15th of August, an important day in the calendar of the Catholic Church. To the Maltese, it is commemorated every year and is known as Il Convoy da Santa Maria, St. Mary's Convoy. It was an answer to their prayers that gave them the hope of better times. They were later awarded the George Cross by King George VI, a wartime civilian award. And their link with Malta, with Rochester, is St. John Fisher, the last of the Catholic bishops of Rochester. He was a friend of St. Thomas More, Chancellor of England, both to be executed at Tower Hill for their faith. They are both commemorated and remembered on the same day. Thomas More's last words were, I die the king's good servant, but God's first. He is the patron saint of politicians, a hard act to follow, by those who dedicate their lives to the public service. Another connection I have with Medway is Chatham Dockyard. I was apprenticed in Motor Dockyard, and I qualified as a marine engineer to join the Royal Fleet Auxiliaries. I'm wearing my connection with that. As a member of the London and Home Counties branch. Married and moved to Chatham 52 years ago, when it was Chatham Borough Council. place to raise, great place to raise a family. A great place where I look with an interest in politics. I took an interest in politics because as a delegate to Labour Party from my trade union branch, I was to be the delegate. Some of you are looking at me with some satisfaction as they take the responsibility given to them by the people of Medway. Now we pray. We pray for this council that is representing all faiths and none, welcoming strangers who contribute so much to the community. May they be blessed with the wisdom, compassion in their decision-making. Also, not to forget the needy and the marginalized. Amen.
Amen. Would you like to read now? We thank John for his blessings. John needs to go for his personal commitment, so thank you, John, for being with us today and for the prayers. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So we move to the first agenda of the meeting, and it is apologies for absence. So I will start with Councillor Maritime. Are there any apologies for absence of this meeting?
Councillor Brown and Councillor Mayhill.
Councillor Kemp, are there any apologies for absence for this meeting?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have no apologies for absence.
Thank you. Councillor Sands, are there any apologies for the absence of this meeting?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Crozier.
Thank you. Moving on to Agenda 2, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests or any other significant interest from members of the Council? Please clearly describe the nature of your interest if you do declare one. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mayor Goring. I declare a significant interest in motion B in my role as a governor at school. I owe connections to Rivermead Trust.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you. I also declare an interest in motion B because I work with the trusts in my day job.
Thank you. Councillor Price.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I declare an interest in Gateway 3 contract awards. That's the Cabinet meeting of the 13th of June, intermediate care and reablement service, because I've since been asked to represent a health worker who was affected by this.
Thank you, Councillor Price. And Councillor Mandarakis.
Thank you. So I have a personal interest in the motion on send, just that my son is currently applying through the send process. But I intend to speak on the motion, so I'll remain in the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Mandarakis. So as you all know, if there are any members who have declared a DPI or OSI, please withdraw from the meeting during discussion of the relevant item. And you can use the office at the entrance to the building, set aside for this purpose. Thank you very much. Right, we are now moving to Agenda 3 of the meeting, which is the recording of today's meeting. Is it agreed that I sign the minutes of the meetings held on 20th April and 24th May 2023 as accurate records subject to an amendment to minute number 8 on page 29 of the agenda, so that the decision reads that the Council agreed to allocate political assistant posts to the Labour and Cooperative and Conservative groups. I note that it is agreed. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Galvin, for spotting that and raising it. Right, okay, moving on to Agenda 4, which is the Mayor's announcements. I take great pleasure in thanking everyone in Medway who played the part in making Chatham Carnival this year such a great success. It was a really fine example of partnership working and a real positive community spirit, and a great day out was enjoyed by all of us, so thank you again. And members are aware of the recent passing of Bessie Grucock, who was former Councillor Dickie Andrews' partner. Bessie was also twice mayoress, firstly in 1986 to 1987, and then in 2000 till 2001. Bessie's funeral took place a couple of weeks ago, and I'm sure all members here will join with me in extending our condolences to Bessie's family. I would like to advise members that I will be holding a charity event on 13th of September 2023, a Call the Midwife tour at Chatham Dockyard. More information can be available from my office. And today gives me great pleasure also to make a special mention to Medway-based, Medway-focused independent journalists, Stephen Keeble and Ed Jennings, for winning the Kent News Website of the Year for Local Authority Newsletter, and to Mr. Keeble for winning Kent Columnist of the Year award at the prestigious Kent Press and Broadcast Awards 2023. Please can I remind members to speak clearly into the microphones to ensure people in the public gallery and those watching the live stream can hear properly. And I would also like to ask all members to only interrupt another member while they are speaking if there is a genuine point of order or point of personal explanation to be made. Finally, can I remind members to ensure that written copies of any amendments are brought up to the top table first, please. Thank you. We are now moving to Agenda 5, which is the leader's announcements. May I call on the Leader of the Council to make any announcements?
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. I won't normally be using this opportunity, colleagues will be pleased to know. That's one change I won't be making from the previous administration. But I do want to take this opportunity formally to welcome our new Chief Executive, Richard Hicks. His 25 years work experience has paid off in the end, that's a good thing. And indeed welcome our new Deputy Chief Executive, Leanne Farrak. Both of those officers widely respected by us as elected members, by our partners, and most importantly by our residents, who both of those officers work day in, day out for our community. So a formal welcome to Richard and Leanne, although I think we know them quite well already. Thank you, Mayor Gurung.
Thank you. We are now moving to Agenda 6, which is the petitions. Are there any members of the public who wish to hand in a petition? If so, please come straight to the microphone and read out the title of the petition. Please could I ask you to highlight the name of the lead petitioner on the petition and leave the petition on the table for collection. None? Will any councillors now indicate if they wish to hand in a petition? Councillor Price?
Sorry, not me.
Sorry, okay. Councillor Inimishin?
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. So we have two petitions from my ward. First petition is to introduce a pelican crossing outside All Saints School, which has also been online. The second petition is to extend parking restrictions on Carpo Close. Both the petitions' names are available.
Thank you, Councillor Inimishin. As you are aware, the Democratic Services staff will collect the petition from you.
No others?
Are there any other petitions? No. Right. Thank you. We will move on to Agenda 7, which is the public questions. We have 30 minutes to deal with 13 public questions on the agenda. We have given an undertaking that people will be able to read out their questions, so I will now call the questions out in the order printed on the agenda. Please, would those who are asking questions come to the microphone at the front of the public gallery, and may I remind those who are called upon to answer questions that answers should not exceed 3 minutes. And I must remind everyone there is no facility for supplementary questions. So the first question will be from James Chesby. Please come up to ask your question.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
I pose my question to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Maple. For the last 20 years or so, we have seen the erasure of hope in the Medway towns. And if one was to look carefully, we could see that etched on the faces of some of our local community. Now that the people have entrusted the Labour and Cooperative Group with the governance of the Council, I would ask the new Leader of the Council to commit to restoring hope to our towns, to our people, and that our young people are given those opportunities to reach their fullest potential.
Councillor Maple, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung, and thank you, Mr. Chesby, for your question. Before May the 4th, myself and my colleagues posed a simple point to the people of Medway. All we sought was the opportunity to serve, and we've been given that opportunity. And over the last 57 days, since we took control of the council in this very room, we've cracked on with that job. We've been clear with the residents that we will have to take tough decisions. We will have to do things which no elected representative would want to do. But we will do those things because it's irresponsible to do otherwise. So we will bring hope, but we will bring honest hope. We will be clear to our residents that what they see is what they get. Hard-working councillors, dedicated day in, day out to deliver our 5 key pledges. We're unashamed about that. We will press on with that, and by May 2027, we would have delivered them and much, much more. But we will do that with the backdrop of an economic situation, both locally and nationally, left to us by the Conservative administration of this council, which puts us in a financially difficult position. We leave ourselves no options because of that, but to look at this in a very careful way. But we do that with hope and aspiration. We want the very best for this community, and actually, respectfully, all 59 councillors want the very best for this community. It's clear, though, that we have been given a mandate to lead, and that's what we will do. So whether it's delivering our pledges, whether it's fighting for the resources we need, whether it's standing up for Medway against government taking our funding away, colleagues and neighbours next door to us saying, don't you want a mayor? We'll have those conversations in good faith, but we will deliver for the people of Medway. That's what they deserve, and that's what they voted for on May the 4th.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Moving on to the next question from Carl Dunks. Could you kindly come up to ask your question? Not present. Carl Dunks is not present, but Councillor Murray will respond to Carl Dunks' question.
It's an important one.
So we will just send a written response.
Councillor Murray will send a written response to Carl Dunks' question.
I'll be happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to the next question from Vivian Parker. Vivian, could you kindly come up to ask your question?
I have had complaints that some roads on Davis Estate have not been cleaned and that local people are having to do their own cleaning. Can the council confirm that street cleaning is still taking place on the estate?
Councillor Curry, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mayor Goring, and thank you, Vivian, for your question. I can confirm that the area that you're concerned about does get regular cleaning. We are not aware that local people were undertaking their own cleansing and therefore would urge residents to report any issues directly to the council to allow us to investigate and take any necessary action. I can confirm that Medway North, the council street cleansing contractor, do cleanse the roads around the Davies estate. In particular, where Shirley Avenue is with the parade of shops, that has a high intensity of cleaning and gets daily attention. Just on a wider issue, tackling litter generally is something that we are particularly focused on, and welcome the successful volunteer schemes such as the Great British Spring Clean that has been run for several years here in Medway, with more plans around this for the future. So, Vivian, please don't hesitate to contact us and press us further to take more urgent action on this.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Now we move on to Alan Wells. Could you kindly come up to ask your question?
Not present, Madam Mayor.
Okay, once again, Alan Wells not being here, we will still ask Councillor Curry to send him a written response. Right, next we have Ben Rist. Ben, could you kindly come up to ask your question?
So I would like to ask Councillor Maple, considering the cost of living crisis, banning Uber in Medway will put residents at risk of losing jobs and also be detrimental to people's welfare when it is impossible at times to book a local taxi. Given these issues that we are facing, are Medway Labour still committed to taking residents' choice away from residents who rely on Uber by continuing to try and ban the service?
Councillor Maple, would you like to respond, please?
Thank you, Mayor Gurung, and thank you, Mr. Rist, for your question. I have no problem with competition in the taxi industry. We have some great companies, all of whom operate in Medway, and they're legally compliant. And Uber know that if they wanted to be legally compliant in Medway, they can make themselves legally compliant probably within 24 to 48 hours. They choose not to. And the reality is, I'm desperately concerned for the residents of Medway every time they get into an Uber that they're not covered by insurance. We've had strong advice on that. So actually, I would urge residents to ensure that they use licenses who are licensed by our brilliant licensing team that we share with Gravesham. Important work that they do day in and day out to make sure that our licensed taxi drivers are safe and legally compliant. We don't have that same assurance, frankly, from anybody operating off of a Swale licence or a Tunbridge and Malling licence or a Thanet licence or indeed a TfL licence. So until Uber make themselves legally compliant to operate in Medway, I don't want them operating here.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Next, we have Alan Collins Russell. Please come up to ask your question.
Thank you, Mayor Goring. The question was originally for Councillor Curry, but I understand Councillor Khan will be responding. Building homes is rarely popular, particularly for those who live close to proposed developments, such as in Rainham and on the Hoo Peninsula. Opposing individual developments is a campaign tactic used by all parties to win votes, but often it comes with little or no alternatives to where housing should be built. Like many local authorities across the country, Medway is in the grip of a housing crisis. People in my generation are often unable to afford to buy without generous handouts or inheritance from family members, while those in private rented accommodation are expected to pay unbelievably high rents, leaving renters, particularly those living on their own or with young families, with little spare cash to save for the future or spend on leisure activities in the local economy. Meanwhile, social housing is in very short supply, leaving unacceptably long waiting lists for people who are unable to buy or rent privately. Given the urgency, what will the new administration be doing to ensure enough housing, particularly genuinely affordable and social housing, is built in Medway to ensure there is a sufficient supply of housing for the future?
Thank you, Alan. Councillor Khan, could you please respond?
Yes, thank you, Alan, for a really good question. And just like you, I share your passion about tackling this issue. As you rightly say, there is a national housing crisis, which is caused by under-delivery of homes in this country for decades, and that includes the provision of affordable and social housing. This crisis does affect Medway, and part of the consequence of this is not only the lack of homes, but the cost of both buying and renting homes. As an administration, we are committed to tackling the housing crisis and providing the right homes in the right places. As part of that, and despite what we have inherited, we are moving forward at pace on a local plan for the area that seeks to deliver on our growth needs, housing and employment included, but in a way that protects the natural and historic value of our area and delivers the necessary infrastructure to support that growth sustainably. This includes a commitment to deliver affordable homes, genuinely affordable homes and social housing, both as part of larger developments, but also on their own. We're also working closely with the council officers to ensure that affordable housing provision is delivered across a range of initiatives. So the council, through its housing revenue account, is continuing to develop and purchase homes, increasing the amount of stock that the council owns. Through Medway Development Company, we are bringing forward opportunities that the sector would traditionally have struggled to do, significantly contributing to the regeneration of Chatham, increasing the supply of homes across all tenures, but also delivering affordable housing. There is also a significant amount of work that takes place working with housing association partners to bring forward sites for new homes. In addition, we must ensure that the new homes that are coming forward also deliver in terms of climate change and energy efficiency, and in a way that future residents benefit from high-quality housing in well-landscaped settings with open space and also lower energy bills. We won't be able to fix the housing crisis in Medway overnight, but we want to reassure you that we are committed to doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Next, we have John Castle. Mr. Castle, could you kindly come up to ask your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In specific areas of Medway, building at large volume is not currently sustainable. The Hoop Peninsula currently has insufficient GPs to service the population sustainably and has insufficient sewage capacity to support large-scale development. There are councils that have committed themselves not to build houses in conditions that are unsustainable, such as those stated above. Does the council agree with me that large-scale development on the Hoop Peninsula is not sustainable without significant investment in infrastructure and services?
Thank you, Mr. Castle. Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Mayor Goring, and thank you, John, for your question, a really important question. The country, the South East and Medway are experiencing a housing crisis, as my colleague, Councillor Khan, has just outlined, and we need to respond positively if we're going to meet the housing needs of our communities. All parts of Medway will have a role to play in meeting that need. However, that housing must be delivered in a sustainable way with the necessary infrastructure to create high quality and healthy places for our growing community. Sustainability by definition includes the local economy, the local environment and the local community. We have a government target for Medway of 28,500 homes to be built by 2040 and we have no local plan. This is a legacy left to us by the outgoing administration. We're now 2 months, 57 days in fact, into our new authority, and already we're working hard to make sure we can deliver a local plan by 2025, addressing the issues that are outlined in this question. I will be honest, losing £170 million of HIF infrastructure funding has made the situation hugely more difficult, and having the Peninsula MP and Peninsula members, both Tory and Independent, calling this a good thing doesn't help. A simple example would be the Sands-Perel roundabout, where traffic jams are building up and that money would have been used to sort out the traffic situation around Sands-Perel. So we're working hard to deliver a local plan, and alongside that we are determined to make sure the infrastructure we need for that plan will be provided.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Next we have Mr. Andrew Milsom. Please come up to ask your question.
The Council withdrew their objection to the appeal by Tremport for a development in Cliff. Shortly after the May local elections, Medway Council said the following in a statement. The Council has carefully considered its position following the evidence heard in the first week of the inquiry and has decided that it is necessary to withdraw its reasons for refusal. An interpretation of that Council has undermined its own case and subsequently withdrawn its objections. This indicates weak preparation and a failure to back the Medway Council's Planning Committee and the residents group who are also objecting. A second interpretation is that the passing of the neighbourhood plan by Cliff and Cliffwoods Parish Council by the referendum in May has changed the circumstances fundamentally. A third option is that the new incoming Labour Medway Council administration instructed the council officers to withdraw. In the context of the council having failed over the 2 decades to implement a local plan, thus creating conditions for applications to be challenged robustly, can the council place on record which interpretation or combination of the above led to the decision to withdraw its objections, or was there some other overriding factor?
Thank you, Mr. Milsom. Councillor Maple, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung, and thank you, Mr. Milsom, for your question. Trentport indicated to Medway Council before the planning inquiry they would not apply for full costs. However, following cross-examination of our witness and hearing our case on Thursday the 18th of May, they said that if we did not withdraw, they would apply for full costs. The decision had to be made before the inquiry resumed on Tuesday the 23rd of May. The costs would have been significant.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. So next we have Stuart Bourne. Could you kindly come up to ask your question?
Thank you. My question is for Councillor Curry. I am pleased that the Council is continuing its programme to plant more trees around Medway. I was also impressed that the Council officers managed to secure funding for 300 extra trees, especially as the fund had included money to water the trees for the first important years. However, we have seen another record-breaking period of heat and very little rain in June, and I've seen many trees suffering from lack of water. In fact, if it wasn't for myself and other members of volunteers in Rainham and Gillingham, many of these trees would have died. Can the portfolio holder confirm that Medway North has used this extra funding and increased its capacity to water trees around Medway so no tree is missed?
Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you, Stuart, for your really important question. The Council over the years has been successful in tree bids for the Urban Tree Challenge Fund and the Local Authority Tree Fund, which has meant we've been able to plant over 300 new trees in the last few years. We and Medway North recognise the importance of watering, and there are sufficient resources planned for standard watering. The teams are watering at night to increase the availability time on watering trees, but trees often will show signs of drought stress in significant periods of hot weather. I completely agree that tree planting is essential for our future in both the urban and the rural environments. They provide shading and help to cool our town centres. They support a huge amount of wildlife and they look nice. We have already dusted off the Council's tree strategy, which has sat on the shelf for about 2 years now, and we'll be taking it forward as a matter of urgency.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Next we have Brian Fowler. Could you kindly come up to ask your question?
Our historic paddock in Chatham has been much changed using legislation which enables permitted development rights for work to go ahead without the need for planning application protocols. Will you please update us on the future annual maintenance charges of the water feature, including budgetary allowances for water and electricity costs?
Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you, Mayor Gurung, and thank you, Brian, for your question. I have examined the ongoing maintenance costs and other costs associated with the water feature, and upon review, I have found the estimated charges for the water feature, including the water and electricity costs, to be unsustainable. The water feature has now been removed from the scope of the Paddock Public Realm project. A new and very attractive and more sustainable scheme has been developed by officers, and I am really grateful for the work that they have put in to achieve this.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Now, next we have Alan Stockey. Alan, could you kindly come up to ask your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Earlier this year, the Council committed to complete a piece of work by the end of May 2023
which would clarify its assessed Scope 1, 2 and 3 carbon emissions footprint from its original highly tentative 1.4% of Medway total emissions. This piece of critical assessment work is needed to better target its emission reduction priorities and determine where best to apply the Council's considerable influence. The commitment was made in this chamber and again by Councillor Doe at the final Members' Advisory Group on climate change, but has not yet been completed. What does this administration plan to do now to confirm its footprint and priorities?
Again, Councillor Curry, could you kindly respond?
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. And thank you, Alan, for your question. Improving our understanding of this Council's Scope 3 emission remains a priority work stream for Medway Council, and we recognise the need for this data to both inform and direct future activities. Due to staffing changes, it has not been possible to progress this work stream, and we are actively exploring ways in which this can be commissioned through a variety of mechanisms. It is hoped that this can be progressed over the next 6 months and provide the additional clarification of the carbon emissions footprint. Within this context, we are now setting up a new reporting structure for climate action, which will engage directly with the community, allowing for a much clearer and more transparent scrutiny of the Council's work on this. Equally, this approach will allow us to help support and engage with community groups, businesses, and individuals much more effectively so that we can all play a part in the essential work we have to do to address this serious impact of climate change.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Now we have Melanie Stockey. Could you kindly come up to ask your question?
Over the past month, the Council has launched 3 consultation surveys concerning traffic and highways, school streets, and most recently, red routes. There is an evident lack of coordination across the relevant departments responsible for active travel, transport, public health, environmental protection, and linkage back to climate change objectives. This lack of collaboration is concerning and costly at a time when budgets are highly constrained and the adult social care budget continues to be influenced by health conditions clearly associated with Medway's air pollution. The lack of reference in these surveys to ongoing initiatives, for example, Rainham anti-idling project and reducing the number of highly polluting Euro 3 buses from our streets and school transit corridors further illustrate the lack of coordination. What is the Council doing to ensure that the respective teams are working together to achieve maximum benefit and impact?
Thank you. Councillor Curry, would you respond, please?
Thank you, Mayor Gurung, and thank you, Melanie, for your question. The Council has several existing and emerging strategies in place to address transport, health and environmental issues, and I agree that it is very important for these activities to be coordinated and communicated across all departments. Our proposals for school streets and red routes align with our transport objectives for road safety and healthier and more active lifestyles. They also support the transport and travel actions set out in the Council's Climate Change Action Plan, which aim to reduce emissions from road transport and meet air quality objectives. When the School Streets project was considered by Cabinet, we were clear that this initiative contributes to the implementation of the Council's environmental strategy, the Sustainable School Travel Strategy, the Air Quality Action Plan, the Local Transport Plan, and the emerging walking and cycling infrastructure plan. Notwithstanding this, your comments about the recent consultation surveys for school streets and red routes have been noted and will continue to ensure that all our projects and initiatives are strategically coordinated and there is clear communication around what we are trying to achieve and how our projects support our climate change objectives. As you may be aware, and I referred to in my previous answer, we are now setting up a much more community-focused structure on how we address our climate action. This includes a revision of the active travel group, which now will incorporate our plans for significant improvements to public transport, especially our bus services. Within this, we are fully engaged across the council with highways teams, our health and wellbeing teams and our climate action team. Your points are well made and now form a key element of our agenda going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Finally, we have the last public question for today, and that is from Kate Belmonte. Could you please come up to ask your question?
Not present, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Kate is not here, and once again, Kate will receive a written response from Councillor Maple. Thank you very much. We will now move to Agenda 8, which is the Leaders' Report. We have 35 minutes to receive and debate the Leaders' Report. May I call upon the Leader to present his report?
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Gurung. It gives me great pleasure to deliver the Leaders' Report tonight, reporting on the actions of the Council since the last ordinary Council meeting back in April. They say a week's a long time in politics. 57 days is a very long time, and we'll talk about that more before I finish my remarks tonight. Let me start, Mayor Gurung, by saying this. Back in 2019, this Council received a judgment that nobody found acceptable, not a single elected member, and work needed to be done to put that right. Over the past 4 years, I paid tribute to particularly Councillor Josie Isles, Councillor Clive Johnson, for their collective, often cross-party leadership in moving us to where we are today. And since the election, I pay absolute tribute to all of my cabinet, but particularly in this issue, Councillor Adam Price and Councillor Tracy Coombs, supported by and held to account by Councillor Howcroft Scott and Councillor Perfect. This matters. This matters. And why I raise this first is because as we speak, we are in the middle of our current inspection for local authorities' children's services, normally known as ILACs. And that's being looked at by friends from Ofsted. I met with them personally today. I made it clear I have confidence in the leadership of this council's officer corps, as I said, actually Leanne Farrak and Donna Marriott in particular, but their team as well. But there is more work to do. The service is not perfect. There are pressures within it. And we know that as a council, we recognise that, and we know there's more to be done. So we await the final judgment. We'll receive that publicly in September. And I know that every officer of this council, every elected member, wants to see us make progress on that issue. Mayor Gurung, 24 hours after we were sat in this chamber, a very senior council officer said to me, you probably need to be aware we've heard something from Homes England. I don't need to play out what happened over the next few weeks. We all know that. Michael Gove's government department has stripped this community of £170 million worth of investment. That's not acceptable in my mind. And I know many people feel that way. And I understand why some other politicians may feel differently about that. But I fundamentally disagree with them. And I'll say that as long as I need to. So it is deeply disappointing that we find ourselves in this position. We are determined. We heard questions from the public tonight on the issue of house building, delivering homes for the communities that we represent collectively. And that decision makes that more difficult for our administration. But rest assured, we will deliver that. On the 14th of May, it was the 20th anniversary of Medway Council's local plan. I don't want to be here in 5 years' time to say we're at the 25th anniversary. This administration will deliver a local plan. So we will keep arguing. We will keep arguing with government. We'll keep arguing with at least one of our MPs to say, get on board, support us, make sure we have the infrastructure we need, make sure we have the homes our communities deserve. And we will do that with every breath we have. In the last 57 days, the leader of Kent County Council contacted me and said, actually, here's an idea for you. What about an elected mayor for Kent and Medway? And subsequently, he's put that to his cabinet, and they've agreed to write to government. I'm really clear. This council is clear, and hopefully we'll hear from both of the other parties tonight political groups. And I hope we can send a strong consensus message to say we may have many disagreements about many things, and we've knocked on tens of thousands of doors between us over the last few months. I didn't once have someone say to me, you know what we really need right now during this cost of living crisis is an expensive additional level of elected bureaucracy. We want the powers. Dear Michael Gove, give us some more powers. We'll work with colleagues in KCC and the boroughs and districts. Give us the funding to go with the powers. But actually, not one person has said to me, we want an elected mayor of Kent and Medway. So look, I say respectfully to Roger, and we've spoken about this, and look, we will have a good working relationship with KCC. Let's be clear, it's not in our interest to somehow say the world stops at Bluebell Hill. Climate change, which Councillor Murray is running fantastic efforts in already, doesn't suddenly stop at Newington because it's gone over the Medway border. Look, we've got to be serious about these matters. Public transport, something which many people in this chamber rightfully say we get a poor deal from our main provider. So we need to work together with people, and we will. We're cooperators. It's in the name of our political group. But there's a time and a place, and there's a method. So I was really pleased to hear Lisa Nandy at LGA conference make it clear that a future Labour government would actually genuinely empower councils like ours, allow us to have that discussion with elected colleagues from a cross-party perspective to come up with a solution that is fit for our communities, to allow us to have the powers we deserve, the funding that goes with that, and then get on and do the job. So, respectfully at this time, there's only one mayor I want to see, and that's you. So, we'll keep that conversation going. They've written, I've not seen formally what the Department for Levelling Up and other stuff has said. Actually, they've not written to me very much at all in the first 57 days, interestingly. On a more positive note, and I do want to be positive, I promise, we had an amazing event over at Chatham's Historic Dockyard, where we brought together 8 anchor organisations to say, actually, we believe in Medway. We believe in one Medway, working together, collectively, collaboratively. There's examples of that already. My friend and deputy leader, having those conversations with health colleagues, things like the Better Care Fund, the docking station, which is going to produce amazing work, putting, again, Medway truly on that international map. Those things are happening, but bringing that together in a document, in a charter, but actually making that real as well. So over the next 12 to 18 months, we'll look to have a One Medway plan that will sit with the charter, and it will be real and genuine and make a difference to people's lives, not just gather dust on a shelf. Mayor Gurung, at the start of this, I said we've been in here for the first 57 days. So what have we done? What have we done? We've got to grips with GP services. We've signed the Federation of Small Businesses Local Leadership Pledge. We've started to tackle the excessive use of consultants and locums in many council departments, doing the best we can for the taxpayers of Medway, working to improve air quality and safety around schools. We've flown the Armed Forces flag. We've flown the Pride flag. We're flying 8 green flags. We've welcomed thousands of people to Armed Forces Day, the Lit Fest, Chatham Carnival, and many more community events. We've taken on rogue landlords across Medway. We're continuing the journey to deliver that much-needed healthy living centre in the Pentagon. We've sorted out the governance at our council-owned businesses and joint venture. We've started meetings with our 3 current MPs. We're organising regular meetings with both opposition group leaders. We've delivered a cost of living plan which puts money into the pockets of Medway's residents. We've increased the school travel support for those families with SEND. We strengthened the voice of corporate parenting. We've ensured voices from all 5 town centres on the town centres board. We've enhanced the community engagement and involvement with tackling the climate emergency. And yes, we've created 1 Minute Medway. Mayor Gurung, I'm proud of what this administration is already delivering over the first 57 days. I'm looking forward to the future.
Thank you, Councillor Maple, leader of the council. So next we will move on to the debate, but I just want to make it very clear that the group leaders will be first called to speak in the debate. In the absence of the group leader, I will call upon the deputy group leader. So I will now call upon Councillor Galvin to respond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And firstly, I'd like to thank the Leader of the Council for his, on the ILAC issue, for his generous praise to particularly the then Councillor Josie Isles for all the work that was put in to improve our children's services. That's been a long journey, and as you rightfully said, that journey has not yet been completed, but I can assure you, you will get the full support from my group. We want to see the best possible start in life for all our young people here in Medway, and particularly those that start off with a disadvantage of, in fact, being looked after children. So we will, I think that is one issue, most certainly, that we can all work together, and I will be delighted to do this. I don't think we're going to be quite agree on the HIF. Yes, it's sad that Medway
Sorry,
lost
just
the
a sec.
opportunity.
1 second, Councillor Galvin. There is somebody raising
To the technical team earlier, I have hidden disabilities as well as visual disabilities, and I can't hear what the Leader of the Opposition is saying, and it's troubling me. Thank you.
Councillor Galvin, could you kindly speak closer to the microphone? Maybe
Being
that's-
tall, I'll sit down. I do understand Joe's difficulties. I have hearing difficulties
Thank you
myself,
for being very
so
understanding.
I'm very happy to sit down, but I think out of respect, I normally would like to stand.
Most
Perhaps I can get some
appreciated.
smaller thing to stick my mic on for the future. Unfortunately, it's become very apparent over recent times that the HIF funding, the £170 million this council bid for, was totally inadequate to do the task that it was set out to do. Whilst £170 million sounds an enormous amount of money, it was nowhere near enough to do that. It's interesting to look online where you can see other areas, housing infrastructure funds, and see what other areas bid for. And it's apparent that Medway dramatically underbid. The amount of houses that were expected to deliver for that money does not compare with the money that went to other areas. And unfortunately, the first thing that went, because there wasn't the funding, was the rail link into Medway. So what we were left with was a rail link that didn't go into Medway, but went to Gresham and beyond. So instead of our residents being able to shop and do their business in Medway, they would have had to go on to Grayson, Blue Water and beyond. That was a shame. And then, because there was insufficient funding, we lost the rail altogether. So the most sustainable element of the whole thing was the first thing to go. And just tweaking a few roundabouts, I'm afraid, is not going to save the problem. We have got to go back to government with a well-thought-out plan, and I would, the start of that would be a proper rail link into Medway. There's no doubt from the questions we've had this evening, there is a huge demand for sustainable housing here in Medway, and we have a duty to meet that demand. Unfortunately, the HIF was not up to the job. And I think we've got to accept that. We've got to move on. We've got to work with government. We've got to work with our MPs. And we've got to get infrastructure that works for Medway and will do the job and deliver the goods that we all want.
Thank you, Councillor Galvin. We are now going to allow Councillor Pearce to say.
Is it working? Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Garong. News that the HIF project was being scrapped sparked an online debate, and sadly some members of the Labour group and their supporters have resorted to name-calling. A resident who took part described some of these members as having an aggressive tone, and we agree. Yesterday, a member of the Cabinet even accused independent councillors of lying. The behaviour towards us in the form of a pylon has been appalling, and should be a matter of great shame for this administration. There's been disrespect towards us and disregard for the significant electoral mandate we received. This is insulting to our residents. The Labour administration, before you get too carried away, only achieved 39% of the popular vote. The majority of voters did not vote Labour, and Labour did not achieve any electoral success on the Hoo Peninsula. They didn't even campaign locally. In a strange twist, the leader of the council recently appeared on Meridian News and confusingly said that the £170 million HIF project wasn't for housing. This is despite the officer's business case submitted to Homes England listing all 34 sites that will be developed, including the specific number of units as a result of the funding. The HIF project was all about enabling mass housing development on the Hoo Peninsula. It wasn't a no questions asked gift from government for existing residents. We were excluded from compromise discussions with Homes England, even though the proposals affect our ward. The leader of the council wasn't happy with us sending letters to Michael Gove in which we agreed with the considered Homes England recommendation. We unequivocally opposed the HIF project during the local election, so what did he seriously expect from us? Someone must take responsibility for this disastrous project and the disgusting amount of taxpayers' money it's cost us. 3 independent consultants carried out reviews and 42 risks were identified. It's clear the reason for the recommendation from Homes England wasn't just because of inflation and time frame. We take great exception to those who say that we don't want a local plan. Nothing can be further from the truth. In fact, our parish councils are working on neighbourhood plans that should be adopted before this council's local plan. The Labour administration has already broken promises on transparency, openness and our inclusion in the local plan process. We want a local plan that actually follows the National Planning Policy Framework and is evidence-led and not politically led.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Now we have other councillors who will take turns to have their say. So first of all, we have Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung, very much indeed. And I'm still enjoying hearing you say you're the leader of the council. I'm still enjoying not being in opposition and intend to go on doing that for many, many years. I think it's important to place on record that we can't have too much rewriting history, Councillor Golvin, but before your group split into 3 parts in the previous administration, you all loved the HIF. There were 2 years between 2017 and 2019 when you had ample time, those of you who were elected at that time, and other people if they wanted to, I'm sure, to talk to the government, talk to Homes England, and bring forward with officers an infrastructure plan that you liked. Now, whether that happened or not, I'm afraid I can't say. I wasn't part of the discussions. But if it didn't, that was a missed opportunity. If it did, then all of a sudden, you've drastically changed your minds. The fact is that we have lost £170 million. It wasn't going to pay for housing, Councillor Pearce, however much you might rant about it and try and rewrite your bit of history as well. It was to pay for infrastructure to hold developers who are still there, still ready to put in applications, still parcelling up land, to hold them to account to make sure that the new houses that are much needed by all the people on the housing waiting list and other people actually had some infrastructure.
Yeah.
Tweaking roundabouts would have helped make the traffic flow better. There's already loads of problems. We now have to take what we can from all of the things that all of your residents would like to have to try to get some infrastructure to make the developments as sustainable as possible. And I'm afraid Kelly Tolhurst, when I asked her, well, what did you want the HIF to look like? What was wrong with it? What ideas did you put forward? She simply said your group had ostracised her and she didn't have an opportunity to comment other than shouting and messing about on Twitter. She also said she's representing her community. It's not her community, it's my community, it's your community. It's all of our community are going to suffer from this. So anybody who thinks it's clever to say that somehow, oh well, it's an opportunity gone, I'm afraid you are on the wrong page. And there are many people in the Medway towns, including the people who didn't vote for us and the people who did. Councillor Pearce, and I see you've done a bit of messing around with the figures. We got a strong majority, a strong mandate. And if you want to be part of the local plan process, you better stop fettering your discretion. Stop telling everybody that you don't want things, because actually when it comes to a planning application in your area that you represent, you won't be able to speak on it.
Thank you, Councillor Murray.
Because you've already declared your position.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Next, we move on to Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much to the Leader for his report. I think firstly I'm going to briefly touch on the HIF. I think the Leader of the Opposition is right, and certainly the statement that we agreed as a group is right, in that it is disappointing to lose £170 million worth of funding from Homes England. I don't think anyone, certainly on this side, disputes that. I think there were significant challenges, particularly recently with some of the project, certainly under the costs of both inflation, but also changes that have been happening to the scheme since when the original HIF bid was announced in the previous administration. So I think certainly there's a willingness on this side, and both from members of Parliament, including those that I've spoken to this week, to work with Homes England and others to push forward with further progress and look at other opportunities for funding. I'm going to come on to the ILACS report, which the Leader references. I think it's a really important moment, certainly for the Council and for all colleagues. And I want to thank the Leader, certainly the portfolio holder and for Children's Services and for Education, and also the Chair of Scrutiny, Councillor Howcroft-Scott, for the very collaborative approach that they've taken so far in their approach to this. And I know myself and the Leader of the Opposition are both united in the need to move forward together, and obviously the work that had gone on previously from both Councillor Isles and also Martin Potter. I think just finally just wanted to reference really the cost of living plan, which we were very pleased to see passed. I think certainly we will always support the administration in delivering pledges that help those that live with us. We were a little bit disappointed, I think, Madam Mayor, particularly around some of the lack of reference within the plan to the Help for Households campaign, which central government has been running. £94 billion worth of funding provided by this government, and unfortunately that wasn't referenced within the plan. And I think certainly we would urge the Leader and portfolio holder who referenced that it would be going into every child's book bag, that ahead of the submission of that, to perhaps look at gov.uk/help for households and the work that the government are doing in this area, because I think it really is actually important that households across Medway pick that up. And I think certainly any changes that could be made to include some of that support referenced would be beneficial, because I know both the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions and his team working very hard in terms of that with civil servants across both Whitehall and around the country. So points from me, Madam Mayor, but as I say, we remain united behind the administration on the ILACS report and to see progress on children's services, and we look forward to continuing to work with the administration on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. That was well within time as well. Right, next we have Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mayor Goring. And I'll just very briefly touch, I think we've had enough HIF for one evening, but I'll just briefly touch on the comments made that we're failing to engage and be transparent. I find that quite hurtful, actually, to be brutally honest. In opposition last year, I've had many conversations with both Councillor Crozier and Councillor Sands about a lot of issues on the peninsula. We've been very supportive, including supporting their call for an AOMB out there, and we still support that view. Equally, we took our climate change conversation out to High Housetow Village Hall and had a really good attendance and a very good discussion and healthy discussion about housing and the impacts of climate on the peninsula out there. And more recently, I was out there discussing their neighbourhood plan at High Housetow as well. So I find it quite difficult to understand what Councillor Pearce was talking about us not engaging and not and being transparent with them, because that's the opposite of my understanding of the situation. However, moving on, I just wanted to add one point to the excellent opening speech by our leader regarding the Green Flag Awards. It's tremendous news. 8 green flags for our our green spaces. This is a testament to the really hard work of our green spaces team, our Friends Group volunteers, and Medway Norse and their staff. So a really big thank you to them for their achievements. And in particular, I'll mention Hillyfields. Our colleague and friend, ex-councillor Pat Cooper, who will be absolutely thrilled to bits by this result. She's continuing to work at Hillyfields, and we've got a big event coming up in the summer, which is some sort of fashion do or something. I'm not quite sure what it is, but involves a lot of teenagers, I know that. So we're looking forward to that, but it's a real result for the council, and in particular for all the hard work of the people involved in achieving it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Oh, I have just checked the time, and we might have time for just 2 more questions. So I will now allow Councillor Spalding to ask his question or have his say.
I'm obliged, Madam Mayor. Firstly, we've had the Chatham Carnival. I'd like to remind everyone the stupendous Grain Carnival kicks off at 1 o'clock on Saturday. And I use the term kicked off because Councillor Maple, like many, is a lover of the beautiful game. We've got a new council term, start of a new football season, and last year his second favourite team, because we know he really loves Chatham Town the best, found themselves top of the league. His team at the top, a Labour-run Medway Council. Some people might suggest that it's a bit like seeing an elephant at the top of a tree. You're not exactly sure how it got there, but you're wondering, is it going to come crashing down anytime soon? We've seen Labour local election promises ditched quicker than the Conservative government doing U-turns, in my opinion. Frozen council tax, national pledge. Ultimate transparency, not if an elected member wants to see some HIF documents. Inclusivity, not when it comes to points of the mayoralty. Do that later. Councillor Maple's picked his team, says how great it is. I say it's a team to keep the higher-ups happy, not necessarily the best of the talent available. The evidence is clear. Councillor Osborne recently tweeting, and I quote, HIF funding has been withdrawn, when it had not. Last night he tweeted, independents are lying. When I've lied. I'm also disappointed that Councillor Curry tonight has said Peninsula independents have called the losing the HIF a good thing. I've not actually commented on the withdrawal of the money yet. Some of us choose to keep our powder dry. I'm sure Councillor Maple will come back on that. Picking a team to keep people happy is what the other club in North London does, and as Councillor Maple knows, they never win anything. Being fair, and I'm a referee, so I have to do this, some of the game plan he's got is great. Licensing landlords, I think, is brilliant. But I know from experience, you can have a brilliant game, but the people will only remember the 1 or 2 questionable decisions. Last season, Councillor Maple's second favourite team did come crashing down, and the big prizes went to a team in blue, not red. And we all know what prizes are up for grabs next year, and I congratulate Councillors Edwards and Khan on their recent nominations, but remind everybody, it can be a funny old game, and there's always a chance of a cup upset. Councillor Maple, I say, be bold, be a brave manager, be a brave team manager. Be prepared to substitute petulant players like Councillor Osborne and put them in the reserves, where some will suggest they belong. Otherwise, you will be no different to the administration before, and all that will be heard from the terraces is, they promised us change, but we got more of the same. No go wrong, I'm obliged.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Finally, we have one question, last question from Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to respond to Councillor Pearce's comment that somebody should take responsibility for what I would describe as the HIF debacle, and I completely agree. I think the Conservative government should take responsibility for taking the £170 million away from us. I think the previous Tory administration of Medway Council should take responsibility for failing to deliver a local plan. And I think that the local MP should take responsibility, Kelly Tolhurst, for instead of fighting to retain funding for our community, has welcomed its removal. But on a more positive note, I would like to just raise an issue as the portfolio holder for economic development. I'm particularly delighted that in our first 50 days we signed the Federation of Small Businesses Local Leadership Pledge. This administration really values business and understands it has a really important role in delivering strong economies across Medway and good jobs for local people. And I believe we are the first Labour and Cooperative Administration and unitary authority in the South East to sign the pledge, which will deliver a really great benefit for the 14,000 businesses that operate across Medway, 90% of which are small businesses. It means we are working with the FSB to develop policies that will better support local businesses and have single points of contact at the officer and council level, including me as a business champion within Cabinet, to make working with the council much easier for our businesses. But the work won't stop there. We will also work with businesses in our town centres that are interested in introducing business improvement districts, as many other councils have successfully done, and I look forward to bringing plans to full council in due course. And we will also build on the successful roundtables with businesses that I began in opposition, going out all across Medway to speak to businesses in the community, making sure that we are listening to as many voices as possible and offering the right support so that they can grow and thrive. The FSB described the day we signed the pledge as a truly historic day, and we look forward to working very closely with them over the next 4 years to support Medway's business community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Now we are going back to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung, and thank you to everybody for their contributions. I didn't agree with them all, but I thank you for making them. Can I firstly come to the contributions from the Leader of the Opposition and Councillor Perfect on ILACs? Those are very welcome words and words that I know are heartfelt, and I know that whatever the result that we see in the next few weeks, there will be a lot more work still to do, and that will be a journey for this administration over the next 4 years and beyond. And as we did in the previous 4 years from those seats, I think sending that clear cross-party message to our 475 children in care, we've all got your back. And we need to be saying that every single day. And that's why later on tonight we'll talk about the role of corporate parenting and that plan on an annual basis coming here as well. The HIF, nobody ever said £170 million was going to be enough to do everything it needs to do. But £170 million is better than zero. And that's what we've ended up with, thanks to Michael Gove's government department. And just for clarity, on Twitter, I mean, what's the difference between lying and saying someone is completely false? An accusation from one of the three councillors. It's a combined account, so I'll leave it to you to work out whether it was who it was. You can use your own power of deduction on that. But saying something is completely false, you've had 6 opportunities to say on Twitter how many houses would the £170 million housing infrastructure fund have built. I'll answer it for you now. It's 0. And you know it's 0. So using language like that is unacceptable, in my view. And let me finish with this. I'm proud of what every single one of our team has been doing as a cabinet and our frontline councillors, dealing with issues day in, day out, making sure residents know they've got an administration that's on their side. And to Councillor Spalding, I think you've used every single football analogy. So let me say 2 things. Go on the Lionesses. My goodness, let's watch football at 8 in the morning and hope England win. I know I'll certainly be doing that. And secondly, we're top of the league and we intend to stay there. Thank you, Mayor Gurung.
Thank you, Leader of the Council. Right, so we now move to Agenda 9, which is the overview and scrutiny activity. We have 25 minutes to receive and debate the report on overview and scrutiny activity. I will now call upon Councillor Tijan to move the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I stand before you today as the first overview opposition chair of Medway Overview and Scrutiny Committee since 2003. It is an honor to introduce this report, which highlights the activities of the 4 committees over the last 3 months since the last ordinary full council meeting here in April. Firstly, I want to draw your attention to the Children and Young People Overview and Scrutiny Committee. This committee received updates on the Family Hub and Start for Life program, the infant feeding strategy, and the child obesity. In addition, the committee engaged in the team discussion on public health and even participated in an interactive quiz on health inequalities. The committee also played a vital role in the pre-decision scrutiny of Medway Youth Justice Plan 2023 to 2024, as well as assessing risks identified in relation to People Directorate. Moving on, the Regeneration, Culture and Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee discussed a petition regarding parking in Byron Close, Gillingham. The committee recommended a feasibility study to evaluate parking accessibility for residents in Byron Close and Pier Road, including a review of the use of garages. This demonstrates our commitment to improving the lives of our constituents. Another crucial committee, the Health and Other Social Care, HASC, Overview and Scrutiny Committee, addressed several essential issues. They received a report on the Section 136 Mental Health Pathway and Health-Based Place of Safety Service Improvement, providing updates on proposed service improvement for the adult population of Kent and Medway. They also requested information on the number of Medway service users and update on mental health transformation program. The HASC committee delved into other topics such as Kent and Medway Integrated Care Board, Community Dermatologist Service Procurement Options, and Medway NHS Foundation Trust, the MFT Quality Account for 2022 to 2023. The committee diligent examination of these reports highlights their commitment to ensuring the quality of healthcare services provided in the area. Lastly, I must mention the Business Support Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which I have the privilege of chairing. The committee meticulously considered the annual revenue and capital budget outturn report and requested a briefing note on the council's reserve. Waste disposal costs were particular attention were paid to the waste disposal costs during the budget build process. The committee also delved into the results of the employee survey and had in-depth discussions about its findings. As a result, the committee requested a further update on the work being undertaken to address the survey findings. Our Overview and Scrutiny Committees actually have consistently scrutinized a range of important issues, Madam Mayor, ensuring that the voices of our constituents are heard. Looking to the future, we will be taking proactive steps by inviting cabinet portfolio holders to attend ONS meetings, enabling them to provide updates and answer questions regarding their respective portfolio. In conclusion, Madam Mayor, I would like to move the report as set out at agenda item 9. Let us continue.
Thank you, Councillor Tejan. Is that supported? Councillor Patterson, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later? Thank you. Right. We now move to debate, and first it's going to be Councillor Howcroft Scott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am excited for the overview and scrutiny. We seem to have an effective collegiate approach with the Children and Young Person Committee. I would like to thank the Chair and Vice Chair, Leah and Mark, who stood in my absence, but also the contributions from the Conservative Party. I've always worked really closely with Councillor Turpin, but Councillor Perfect has really made some really good contributions already. So it's a very exciting time for us. So we will be working effectively, collegiately and efficiently for the best for our children of Medway, because we are child-friendly Medway. And for the first time, the chair managed to have a young person speak at the committee, which I think we need to have much more of. Certainly in the 5 years that I've been here, that has never been the case. So I think we need to celebrate that and have a lot more of that. We managed to scrutinise effectively childhood obesity, family hubs and Sure Start programmes. We agreed a programme of work. We looked at breastfeeding and discussed youth justice. I think I'm really lucky to have the biggest team of ONS and a multi-talented bunch. And I think Medway's children and families are going to be lucky. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Howcroft-Scott. Next, it's Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And following on there from Councillor Howcroft-Scott, just want to echo everything certainly that she said. I think I said to Councillor Howcroft-Scott a few weeks ago, we've got the best team. I think the Deputy Chief Executive agreed with that as well. So I think really positive. One of the things I did want to quickly pick up on, though, Madam Mayor, was particularly the changes that officers have undertaken to the committee since the change in cycle, particularly the new Local Government Association LGA format, which has been implemented. And I know myself, the Chair and Vice Chair of the committee have had very good pre-meetings before the first committee, but also it was implemented really well at the meeting that we had in June, and we're looking forward to seeing that again in August. So I think that's really positive. I think there's lots of important stuff, certainly on Children's and Young People's Committee. I think certainly when the Leader of the Opposition appointed me to this shadow front bench role, he was very clear this is the most important committee within the Council, and delivering positive outcomes for our young people is the most important thing that this Council must achieve, and we must all use everything within our disposal, all 59 members, in order to achieve that. So as I say, important things to come, Madam Mayor, particularly on education in August, and obviously the ILACS report as well, and we will continue to hold the administration to account on delivery for our children and young people. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Are there any members, any other councillors who wish to ask questions? We did see Councillor Lammers come up. So, Councillor Lammers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just 2 points. First of all, I really like what's going on the Children's Overview and Scrutiny Committee. I pay tribute to both sides for that, especially George, for the collaborative work that's going on there. It's extremely important, and I think that is an example for all other scrutiny committees to follow. I would just like to make the point that I would wish that the work programme for the Overview and Scrutiny for Health would include a return to the interim report on GB services. I know that the leader made in his speech that he believes that GP services are sorted. I think there's a lot more work to be done there. He personally committed to me that work would return and the Council would continue to examine how to improve GP services in Medway, and I hope that if the Council don't undertake that, then perhaps the Scrutiny Committee might do so.
Thank you, Councillor Lammers. So we do have 2 further councillors who wish to comment or ask questions, and those are, the first one is Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Goran. I just wanted to touch on the overview and scrutiny, the health overview and scrutiny in adult social care, and I did want to touch on our mental health pathway discussion. I think it was really important, I think, for this administration and for everyone in this room to look at the serious problem of mental health and the issues that our residents face, including long waiting lists, the inability to access services, etc. And I think that even though we heavily criticise some of our partners for mistakes they've made in the past with regards to mental health provision, I think it is in our best interest to try and do everything we can to try and improve our mental health services. And I just want to touch on one, the statistic everyone knows about is about suicide, especially in our young men.
And I would really love this council not to just nominate one champion to be someone that is, you know, trying to encourage and educate people with regards to suicide, but I think we should all be that. And we should all make sure that mental health is on the top of our agenda. Every single councillor here will have someone in their ward struggling right this moment in time who can't access service, can't get the counselling they need, and can't get the support they need. So I just wanted to make sure and to reassure councillors that we will do everything we can on that committee to make sure our residents get the services they need and don't struggle. I just wanted to also touch on the business overview and scrutiny. I wanted to say that we mentioned about realistic targets. It's great to have so many targets and dashboards, but we had a really healthy discussion around targets and making sure that any target we put on there that is achievable rather than just seeing a sea of red or a sea of green. But I also wanted to pay tribute to Councillor Tijan as well, because Councillor Tijan was very fair. It was a historical moment for this council and a really good one for our administration and leader to do. But I wanted to just pay tribute to his fairness and actually for other members on other overview and scrutiny committees to follow in that example. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Finally, we will hear from Councillor Turpin, and then we will go to Councillor Alex Patterson to speak in support of the report from Councillor Tijan. Thank you. Councillor Turpin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think this is a bigging up of children and young people, ONS, this evening. As the committee that I sit on, I want to welcome Councillor Howcroft-Scott's comments this evening, and also Councillor Maple for his earlier recognition of the hard work that Councillor Isles put in over the past years. And we do look forward to working with Councillor Price and holding him to account, and also working cross-party with Councillor Howcroft-Scott as the chair of that committee. So I welcome the new format that Councillor Perfect mentioned. I think it was very helpful, it was interactive, it kept our focus and it kept us engaged. So I look forward to that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turpin. Alex Patterson. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor Gura. I'd just like to again follow in paying tribute to Councillor Tijan and his remarks, and to welcome this new era of effective scrutiny. And that's nothing for the leadership, for the Cabinet to be afraid of, because it's really important that scrutiny is treated as valuable by the Executive. It's a tool to inform better policy, and it makes for better decision-making. Now, as someone who has addressed a scrutiny committee myself as a member of the public 14 years ago, and found the experience wholly unsatisfactory and felt that me and my fellow schools campaigners and parents were treated with disdain and suspicion, I think it's also really important that in this new era that members of the public are able to contribute to meetings in an atmosphere of respect and that their opinions are valued, because they are the reason that we are here in the first place. Now, that change is something that we can do because the majority of members of scrutiny committees are new. That's a majority on regeneration, culture and environment, a majority on children and young people, a majority on health and adult social care, and half of the Business Support Committee, all new councillors who will bring new ideas and fresh perspectives to the role. Now, I'm also pleased, as we've said, as other members have said, to see the first Medway Council Scrutiny Committee meeting chaired by an opposition councillor since 2003. But I would also like to pay tribute in particular on Regen to the collegiate approach that's been adopted by my opposition counterpart, Councillor Filmer, and also to Councillor Sands and their contributions in pre-agenda. That's a constructive way to do business, because as I told members of my committee at Regen, we should be leaving party politics at the door when we go into scrutiny committee meetings, because when we go into those meetings, we are one team, all councillors here, all members of the committee, one team holding officers and executive to account. There's no stupid questions, because better scrutiny means better policy and better decision making, and I look forward to seeing the fruits of those changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Now we move back to Councillor Tijan to respond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor MacDonald and Councillor Patterson, for your tribute and your warm words. Madam Mayor, scrutiny is very important in setting the guidelines and making sure that we're delivering effectively for our constituents. So I will end by saying let's continue in our commitment to serving our constituents by scrutinizing effectively and driving positive change in our beloved Medway. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tijan. So, members of the Council, is that agreed? Thank you very much. We can smoothly now progress to Agenda 10, which is the members' questions. So we will have 20 minutes to deal with the 15 questions listed on the agenda from members of the Council. Any questions that are not dealt with this evening will receive the written responses instead. And answers to questions should not exceed 3 minutes in length, please. Thank you. So the first question, Councillor Patterson, please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. I'm back so soon. Our region is as varied as it is distinctive, with residents proud to say that they come from very specific places. Some people from Bostow might take issue with the suggestion they hail from Rochester, while a Frinsbury resident definitely does not live in Strood. But just at the moment where such distinctiveness has been rightly recognised in the names of the new wards we've been elected to represent on this unitary authority, it seems bean counters at the BBC are moving in precisely the opposite direction. Proposed cuts to BBC local radio will mean a loss of BBC Radio Kent's distinctive identity. The station, home to journalists and presenters of the highest calibre, including Anna Cookson, Julia George and Pat Marsh, will be forced to share an increased part of its schedule with other parts of the south and southeast, which we have little or nothing in common with, beyond a county boundary or relative proximity on a map. I am proud of the BBC, not only for its international reputation for the finest journalism, which lives up to its motto, let nations speak peace unto nation, but for the way it reflects the places it serves at a very local level. I'm also proud of the unique way it's funded, which puts at arm's length from politicians who might seek to influence its editorial policy and out of reach of the sort of rapacious, tack-dodging media moguls who covet and resent it in equal measure. Last year, the leader joined forces with senior local government figures from around the country, signing an open letter to the Director General, pointing out that these changes are ill-considered, highly damaging to regional identity, and bad news for the communities local radio gives a voice to. Will he join with me in paying tribute to the National Union of Journalist members at BBC Radio Kent, who have taken industrial action as they campaign to reverse the cuts and keep local radio local to Kent?
Councillor Maple, would you please respond?
Thank you very much indeed for your question, Councillor Patterson. And I'm really proud of the BBC, which belongs to all of us. And from my perspective, someone who's been asked difficult questions by all of those individuals you've mentioned there and others through time, I'm proud of the job it does to hold us as local elected representatives to account. Whatever our rosette colour, whether in opposition or in power, they'll be asking us tough questions, and rightfully so. The public deserve that. So to hear the suggested proposals by the senior management of the BBC is really disappointing, not least because of the tremendous job they did, particularly during COVID. The Make a Difference scheme, which is now in, I think, its 3rd or 4th year of running. One of our local organisations, the Rochester Eco Hub, being highlighted by Radio Kent for the great work they do here in Medway. That's at risk. That's at direct risk. So I do support the National Union of Journalists in everything they do, every ounce of energy they spend to try to defend local radio here in Kent and indeed across the country. Because without that, we lose a unique voice that is so important to residents that we represent. And for those of us who do listen, we will know the residents from our communities who often ring in and share their views, and I agree with some of them, and I disagree with some of them. And that's a good thing. That's democracy. So I have previously coordinated a letter of over 100 leaders in local government, including the new LGA chair, Sean Davies, to send that message clearly. And since May the 4th, with the record number of Labour council leaders we have here in Kent, I was pleased to coordinate a letter with our Labour group leaders and council leaders, again, specifically on the issue of Radio Kent. So we will do everything we can. I will stand up individually. I know councillors across the board value the job that the BBC do in holding us to account and giving our community, our 285,000 residents, a voice like no other. We must defend the BBC, because if we don't, we end up with bland, irrelevant radio, and our residents deserve so much more than that.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Moving on to question B, Councillor Spring, please may I have your question?
Namaste, Madam Mayor. My question is to Councillor Curry, the portfolio holder for climate change and strategic regeneration. As Councillor Murray is well aware, in recent weeks we have seen chaos caused by the ongoing substantial number of roadworks across Rainham, which is where my ward is in Rainham North, and it's caused significant inconvenience to our residents. Can the portfolio holder please explain how officers are ensuring proper coordination around the street works, and if any consideration is taken into the impact on the air quality, given the challenges faced in this area, particularly around the A2?
Councillor Curry, could you please respond?
Thank you very much, Mayor Growing. Thank you for your question, Councillor Spring, and it's a hugely important issue. When planning any street works, the intention is always to minimise the impact of the works on the overall network. To this end, the Council reviews the type of traffic management and locations to avoid unnecessary traffic delays and ensure that disruptions are kept to a minimum. And part of the process involved here is about air quality and minimising the impact of that. Even when emergencies occur, the network is reviewed, and when necessary, other works are suspended. So, for example, in the case of Lower Rainham Road, the A2 has been kept clear of all other works for the duration and is ensuring that it is operating at its most efficient. There is constant liaison with the traffic signals engineers so that the signals are working in their most efficient fashion. We also work closely with the Environmental Protection team and have joined with them for some local initiatives, as you are aware, particularly around things like asking people to turn off their engines. We take the air quality extremely seriously, and one of the outcomes of our climate action is to have no air quality management areas in Medway. We currently have 4, and as you know, there is 1 within Rainham, and the idea is not to have any. So that's what we're striving to achieve. I sympathise with the residents in Rainham. On the one hand, the work has to be done to maintain the road infrastructure. On the other, it is highly disruptive. However, if we don't do this essential work, then we create problems for the future. We all had to campaign during the pothole season this year, and we know what that means. And that's as a result of lack of investment by the government in our road infrastructure. I can assure you and the residents that this work is being done as quickly as practicable.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Sands, please may I have your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As written, please.
Councillor Murray, could you please respond?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Sands, and for the additional information which has helped everyone to understand the important health challenges and causes of male incontinence. I hope that your question and the actions I'm pleased to be able to put into place today will help give sufferers some confidence that we support their needs and don't want anyone to feel embarrassed about asking for help to manage this health condition. I'm very grateful to Council Officer colleagues in Public Health who've agreed to help with promotion, signage and information cards. And we've agreed a small amount of extra funding for our facilities team to provide and maintain disposal bins in our male public toilets, which will be installed by the 28th of this month. We still need to make further progress with ensuring that we have the same facilities where toilets are available to the public in our other public buildings, but at least this is a good start. The Public Health team additional promotion will reach out to businesses and encourage them to recognise these health needs too.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Perfect, please may I have your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question obviously to the portfolio holder for Children's Services. Providing an outstanding children's services provision should not be seen as an aspirational target, but should be the standard for all upper-tier local authorities. Over the past 4 years, the previous administration worked tirelessly on this goal, and now, as an opposition, we remain committed to supporting the improvement journey. Can the portfolio holder please update me on the action he has taken since his appointment at Annual Council to support the improvement journey and preparations for the Ofsted ILACS inspection? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Price, could you please respond?
Yeah. Thank you for your question. I'd like to reassure Councillor Perfect and colleagues that I'm fully committed to continue to support the improvement work underway in Children's Services. I've engaged with the service at pace and have visited staff at Broadside and the Elaine Centre, which has given me valuable understanding of their responsibilities and the challenges they face in their work. I've also visited Parklands to meet some of the children and families and have seen at first hand the benefits they all get from the valuable short break services provided there for disabled children. I feel privileged to take on my new role as lead member for Children's Services and know I can take forward the work undertaken by the previous lead member. I also sit on the Multi-Agency Improvement Board, which oversees the improvement plan. I'll also chair the Corporate Parenting Board, which champions the interests of all our children in care and care leavers, and I've been well prepared to take on this important responsibility. I look forward to working directly with the young people who are part of this board and ensuring their views and aspirations are supported. As part of my scrutiny role, I've already undertaken a safeguarding visit alongside a practitioner. These visits are done on a 6-weekly basis, along with the Director of People and the Assistant Director of Children's Social Care, and they do give me an opportunity to meet families firsthand and also to see the valuable work being done by our social care practitioners. I continue to meet and work with senior officers in the People Directorate so that I have line of sight to frontline practice across children's social care and SEND. This allows me to discharge my statutory responsibilities as lead member for children. And with the Ofsted inspection now underway, I really do want to be supportive of all staff, and I'm very keen to ensure the transition to the new administration is managed smoothly, to reassure inspectors that the Council's commitment to improvement will be sustained.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Next, it's Councillor Tijan. Please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is for Councillor Van Dijk. Care providers play a vital role in providing essential support and care for their loved ones, often sacrificing lucrative employment and promising careers to ensure the well-being and quality of life of those they care for. Care providers typically receive a daily allowance of £9.40 from the state for their caregiving responsibilities, which does not adequately compensate for the financial burdens they face. And the other social care charge element of council tax can impose an additional financial strain on care providers, creating an unfair burden that hinders their ability to meet their own financial obligations. I hope the portfolio holder will acknowledge the significant contributions and sacrifices made by our care providers in our community, the financial challenges they often face due to limited financial support, and whether she agrees with me that care providers should be exempt from the other social care charge element of council tax when they are directly responsible for providing care for their loved ones at huge savings to the local authority purse.
Thank you, Councillor Tijan. Councillor Van Dijk, could you please respond?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Tijan. I recognise the valuable contribution made by carers across Medway, and we are committed to ensuring our residents receive all support available to them. The carers allowance is administered by the Department for Work and Pensions and in 23-24 is paid at the rate of £76.75 per week or £10.96 per day. The adult social care precept forms part of the overall council tax liability for each property, so it cannot be excluded from the amount payable by any individual or group. However, there are two types of carers, the professional care worker and the unpaid carer or relative, and support is available to both to pay their council tax. Professional care workers who live in the same property as the person they care for work for at least 24 hours a week and are paid no more than £44 per week, are not counted for council tax. This means we can apply a 25% discount to their bill if they are the only adult in their household. For unpaid carers who live with and provide at least 35 hours of care each week for someone, excluding their partner, who is in receipt of certain benefits, they are disregarded. This means that a property occupied solely by a carer and the person receiving care will receive a 25% discount. Additionally, if a carer moves to provide care and leaves their home unoccupied, they don't have to pay council tax in respect of the unoccupied property. Medway Council's tax reduction scheme disregards any income from carers allowance, personal independence payments, disability living allowance, or the support component of employment and support allowance, and provides additional income disregards of £40 per week if someone in the household is disabled. This means that carers and those they are caring for benefit from being assessed as having lower income, increasing their entitlement to help within the scheme. There is a page dedicated to support for carers on the council's website, and I would encourage anyone in Medway suffering financial hardship to visit our website and search household help to find out what support is available.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. So I've just inquired about the time we have left, and I've been advised that we might have time for just 2 more questions. So I will call upon Councillor Lawrence. Please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As written on the order paper.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Murray, could you please respond?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Lawrence, and I'm pleased to see you're taking an interest in the important new partnership working approach that Kent and Medway Integrated Care Partnership was set up to achieve. It's really critical that all councillors recognise that developing an honest and open and supportive relationship with the ICP is the best way to ensure we get our fair share of health resources for Medway. I've been clear, and I'm on the public record for saying so, that tackling the legacy of health inequality in Medway is a top priority for me and our Labour administration. I've utilised every opportunity I've had so far with the ICP to emphasise the fact that if we're to achieve the health outcomes set out by the partnership, our need for a share of the money is greater than that of more affluent areas in Kent, whose residents enjoy better health and longer lives than many of our residents in Medway currently do. A quick look at the excellent and informative ward profiles on our website will tell you and all members everything they need to know about how far we still have to travel compared to the rest of the South East to make sure that all of our residents have fair access to healthcare and the support they need to make lifestyle changes which will enable them to live well and achieve their full potential. The Kent and Medway ICP is just over a year old and making reasonable progress, better than many areas and less good than a few. Unfortunately, they're starting with an instruction from the Conservative government to make 30% of cuts, indicating that your party's claim to support the NHS is rhetoric. Instead, they're allowing a dangerous narrative to develop about the health service being broken, an attempt to divert attention away from the impact of 13 years of cuts. That being said, I'm optimistic about our ICP. There's professional consensus about what needs to be done, an agreement that the wider determinants of health, such as bad housing, poverty and poor education, all contribute to poor health. So in support of the ICP's aims, we're determined to make sure that Medway Council plays our part in tackling those issues and by doing so achieve a healthier Medway.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. So it is now time for the last question. Councillor Gilbourne, please may I have your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to ask the Leader of the Council that he can confirm that the new administration has no plans to sell any land that it owns or controls in Capstan Valley, which would open up the way to large-scale housing development in such an important green space and which is vital to the environment as well as the well-being of the surrounding communities.
Councillor Maple, could you please respond?
Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Gilbourne. I can confirm that I've had no formal request to sell land at Capstan. Notwithstanding that, if any request was to be received, any decision would be one for the Cabinet based on a careful consideration of all the facts and issues. There have been previous Cabinet reports on this issue. I also note with interest the recent comment of the former leader of this council who stated, "We're going to get a load of houses in Capstan anyway." This comment is in no doubt as a result of multiple appeals lost by this council due to its failure to deliver a local plan for more than 20 years.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. So that was the last of our questions, and any other questions that we have not had answers to will receive written responses later on. Thank you very much. We will now move to Agenda 11, which is Capital Additions request regarding the Brook Theatre refurbishment and structural works. So before I ask Councillor Khan to make a proposal, the Council is recommended to resolve to exclude the press and public during consideration of any information contained in the exempt appendix to this item as set out in item 18 on page 237 of the agenda on the basis that the public interest in maintaining the exemption outweighs the public interest in disclosing the information. However, we will proceed to debate this item in open session unless any member indicates they wish to refer to information contained in the blue pages, at which point I will ask the Council to vote on excluding the press and public. If we do resolve to exclude the press and public, I will ask that the public gallery is cleared and that the live stream broadcast is paused during the closed debate. Councillor Khan, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Gorang. And yes, I bring forward this report which asks for capital expenditure at the Brook Theatre. Just for some clarity, this comes to us in the first few weeks of an administration and was an urgent decision that we had to take given the future of the Brook. It was it was brought forward at a time when we recognise there are huge strains on local government finances, and it has been a decision that hasn't been easy to take, but we've on balance reviewed the future of the Brook, the future of our high street, and what it means for the wider regeneration of Medway, and that's why this report has been brought forward following discussion at Cabinet. As set out in the report, following a structural survey of the Brook, it has been identified that there is further remedial works that are required in order for the Brook to continue to operate, to be able to be part of that wider regeneration that I've talked about, but also to play a vital part in our creative industries across Medway and support that delivery. It is also linked to the Levelling Up Fund that we have received from government and the urgency around this, as well as the Future High Streets Fund, which are all linked to ensuring that the Brook is up to standard. So as set out in the report, we are recommending option 1, which is a full scope of works at 14.7 million. This includes structural works, complete package of accessibility and digital improvements, update the building to current regulations, and utilising the full capacity and potential of the space. Subject to capacity and opportunities, the Council will continue to look for opportunities to reduce the Council's spend within the financial requirement envelope. However, if we cannot do that, then it is a 14.7 million that we will have to look for borrowing. So I would like to present the report to full Council for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Is that supported?
Yeah, I reserve my right.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So we will now look at members who might want to talk on that topic. So we have Councillor Galvin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I would certainly support the refurbishment of the Brook. It's not only an important building for Chatham, one of the few old buildings that's left in Chatham, but I think more importantly, our aspirations to be both a city of culture and a child-friendly city are very much supported by the activities that are taking place in the Brook Theatre. When it was open, practically every day of the week, there were large groups of young people going in there to join in theatre activities, dance activities, and it really did do a huge job to support our young people and our artistic ambitions. Unfortunately, over a long period of time, that building was not redecorated and repaired in a manner that was keeping with the design of the building. It was built at a time when it was common not to have any damp course within the building because of using materials that were not compatible with the structure of the building. That resulted in the corrosion of the steel work that forms part of the body. So I would have certainly, had I still been in position of being in charge of the council's property, I would have supported this. The not wanting to stray into the exempt papers, I would just like an assurance from the portfolio holder that she has been thoroughly through the increase in cost. The last time I was told prior to the election, we were looking around about 8 million. Now that has grown to 14 million extra. I'm happy that satisfied that we need to do the job properly. We do not want to revisit this in future years. It is vital that if we do these jobs, as with splashes, that they are done in a manner that is not going to leave a future council to pick up the bill. But I would like some assurance of the portfolio. I'm sure she would be able to give it, that she has been through those proposals line by line and made sure that there is no gold plating, because sometimes officers do get carried away and get over enthusiastic. We're trying to get things done, and we've got to ensure that we do get value for money. But apart from that, I'm very happy to see this on the agenda tonight, and here on this side of the chamber we will be happy to support it, because it's, as we said earlier, particularly supporting our young children, young people, is very, very important to us, and the Brook plays an enormous role in that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Galvin. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and I stand to support my colleague, Councillor Khan. People will know the Chatham Brook Theatre first opened in 1997 and is an historic building full of period features and character, and was previously the former Chatham Town Hall building, which first opened back in 1900. So over the last 25 years, and I've said this at Cabinet, the theatre is a proud part of our heritage and has played host to showcasing Medway's thriving performing arts culture. And us on this side of the chamber wish to continue with that in a key part of our core regeneration part of Chatham. It has a reputation for hosting some of the best comedians across the UK's stand-up comedy circuit, something my colleagues behind me might know, including Tom Allen, Kerry Godliman and Sean Walsh. And I hope some others might take the opportunity behind me to look at that too. The Brook Theatre has proudly hosted over 5,000 performances, and the leader will know this, having been a former employee there, in the last 20 years alone. The future is looking bright with this investment, and it is important for this investment. It is located in an extremely strategic location, opposite key regeneration sites, and it needs modernisation. And this funding will improve access to the building for public performers and staff, including disabled access, at the entrance of the theatre. It would include new staging and lighting, better office and meeting spaces to accommodate the digital economy and the digital future that we are moving towards, upgraded rehearsal and dance studio spaces, and refurbishing the main theatre and studio performance spaces as well to allow for completion. This is as a part of funding secured from government, but we are digging as well as as a Medway administration because of the match funding has not come through in its totality, and so therefore we are having to seek additional finance. But it is absolutely critical that we support this. It is an iconic building that represents our legacy in our past, and it has an exciting future ahead. Thank you very much.
Yes, next is Councillor Doe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sure that we're all united on this one because, as you will know, having previously had responsibility for the arts, I've seen firsthand over a number of years how the activities at the Brook Theatre have encouraged so many of our smaller groups to develop. And it's been a step change in quality, really, that's emanated from the group, from the Brook. Now, I think that we spent quite a lot of money doing the outside, and that, I think, looks very nice now. And I think the inside, which was originally conceived as simply being able to provide modern theatre facilities, the black box and so on, and a better experience for those that form the future audiences. Actually, we discovered this as one always does with old buildings, discovered something quite horrible in the water penetration and the need to actually structurally tackle that on. I am very pleased that the administration has now decided to take that decision, which I very much wanted to take, which is that we carry on and do this work. I know it's not easy. We're all strapped for finance, and it isn't easy. So I'm very pleased that they have decided to give this a priority. It isn't just a building. It's the very heart of the art renaissance that's been going on, which you will see not only in the new city centre, but also through Chatham Intra and all the work that is going on with the University of Kent in developing the docking station and so on. And I think that overall, we now have a very thriving arts sector, but it's going from strength to strength. And that is why I think it's been recognised by the Arts Council as an area of very special interest. And that interest is I think, delivering the results. So I'm very pleased that we're going ahead with this, and I'm sure that the benefits far outweigh the difficulties that are caused by this extra work.
Thank you, Councillor Doe. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We will be supporting this, which is an important item because we need to invest in our historic buildings. Just to say, it is a complete shame that the last administration demolished the Aveling and Porter building in Strood, which was historically important for Strood and that side of the river, Medway. But yeah, we will be supporting this. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Pearce. We are now going back to Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really welcome the acknowledgement by the Leader of the Opposition and Councillor Doe that there was a failure to maintain the inside of the building under the previous administration. It's very unfortunate that we're now in the position of having to spend £17.7 million so that we don't lose £6.8 million from central government. That being said, it's a heritage building. As others have said, it's very key to the creative regeneration of Chatham in particular, and so I'm very happy to second it tonight. But it does mean that we will need to make some very difficult financial choices in future to accommodate the additional revenue spend that we'll have to incur, but very happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Back to the proposer, Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for colleagues from across the chamber for supporting this tonight. As we've highlighted, this is a historic, iconic building that plays a big role in not only in our town centres, but in terms of the future of Medway and what we would like to see. I think just to come back on two comments made by councillors opposite. Firstly, I think there is clear recognition there that they were aware during their time in office that these additional burdens, financial burdens would come across, and it's a shame that they did not deal with it during their time and were not able to, first of all, maintain the building, as my colleague Councillor Edwards has referenced, but also to then leave that decision for a future administration to take on. So I think that's a shame, given that originally Councillor Golvin has claimed he was quoted 8 million. I'd also just like to give Councillor Golvin that in terms of the numbers and recognition of what is needed for this building, we have worked very closely with officers and have the scrutiny and understanding of what is needed and how this will help to ensure the future of the Brook Theatre. So I want to give you that reassurance that we do understand the implications of this, and we have taken into consideration the finances and the numbers that have been brought before us. But thank you to those who are going to support this paper tonight, because it is really important that the Brook Theatre remains open.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Galvin, you have indicated that you would like to explain a point.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to come back. But the point I was trying to make about the deterioration of the building was this is a very long-standing issue. It predates this council, the effects, that the actions that caused the corrosion in the building. The corrosion was hidden. That's why we put £250,000 in the budget to get that proper survey done. It needed quite intensive investigation of areas that were not visible. It meant the concrete that was surrounding the steel beams that support the structure had to be removed in places to... Yes, I was well aware of it. I personally visited the building several times. When those beams were exposed, I personally did a ring test on some of the steel and was quite shocked with the response to that. So,
thank you, Councillor Galvin, for the explanation. Now that we have finished the debate, so members of the council, is the report and the proposal agreed? Thank you very much. We move to agenda 12, which is the capital additions request about waste fleet replacement scheme, page 97 of the bundle. Councillor Curry, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you very much, Mayor Goring. I'm bringing this report forward to Council tonight as a matter of urgency. Obviously, we have a legal statutory responsibility to collect the waste across the whole of Medway and the refuse from people's homes across the whole of Medway. And just to give members a bit of background, apparently, and this is the history of the story, we were given a significant amount of funding in 2013, and this money, some of this money was used to buy a waste fleet in one go. And that waste fleet, those normally have a lifespan of between 8 and 9 years maximum, and in that time, they are doing 66,000 collections per year. We've got 42 vehicles, and that's about 1,600 collections a day. They wear out over that period of time. We are now 10 years into the life of that fleet, and it's costing us £30,000 a month to maintain them. And members will have probably noticed that there are substitute vehicles being used on a regular basis while others go off to the repair shops. So we have a serious problem here. And the recommendations that we're faced with tonight, there are 3 options on the paper tonight, and we're looking to option 3 as our recommendation to this council, looking at starting a replacement programme, revising it over the next few years as we gradually replace the fleet and make it a more sustainable management of the fleet going forward. An indicative cost of £17 million is required for this from prudential borrowing, and this will be added to the capital programme. This indicative cost is indicative because the financial details will change over time as the vehicles are replaced. It takes 18 months to order and replace a vehicle. So we'll be gradually doing that. And in that time, we'll be hoping to introduce increasingly more environmentally friendly vehicles. Currently, Euro 6 is the first available type. Those were developed. They are more efficient and more environmentally friendly than the current Euro 5s, clearly. But we're hoping to be looking at electric, possibly hydrogen, and possibly the use of biofuels in vehicles moving forward as we purchase them. So in that respect, if members are happy to approve the item tonight, there will be a Gateway 1 procurement report produced by the autumn, and in the meanwhile, we will have to keep maintaining the current fleet.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Is that supported? Supported by Councillor Maple. Would you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I'll reserve my right. Thank you, Mayor Grant.
Thank you very much. We now move to debate. So we have Councillor Filmer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to put the record straight, what happened in 2012, we were asked to bid for money to help with recycling and waste collection. And we spent a lot of time in the waste team putting a bid together, and dear old Eric Pickles gave us the money, 14 million, to buy the waste fleet. So the waste fleet were funded by the Conservative government. They've been maintained by the Conservative administration on Medway. Yes, they're getting old. Totally agree. We need to look at a programme of replacing them, because that's the only way we will maintain what we've had for a long time, one of the best waste collections in this country. So fully supportive of it.
Thank you. Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very pleased to welcome this and also support it along with my colleagues on this side of the House. During the elections, both ourselves and what is now our new administration committed to maintain the weekly waste and recycling collections across Medway. And the only way we do that is through our vehicles. With the vehicles, and reading through the report, the life is 7 to 9 years, which I'll always tell you is that, but through good maintenance, that's been extended by independent reviews by 2 to 3 years. So even at the long case scenario, we're looking at 12 years. So 2025 is going to be the time we need to do that. And we fully understand going through the things, having worked in businesses, when we've had to look at purchasing vehicles, we have leased. Problem with leasing is that you get a set period of time, and at the end of the day, you then give that vehicle back. We have a lot of charges for any dings, and I've seen the way that our bin lorries are driven, so there will probably be extortionate amounts of cost. But at the end of the day, you cannot extend the life of that lease agreement. That vehicle's going back. With the idea of using the middleman, they're not going to get the borrowing that a council can. And also, they will look to put an administration charge on top of that. So I do believe that fully that the prudential borrowing is the best option to do. Looking down onto the comments that we're facing a climate emergency, I do understand that the current infrastructure on depots is not suitable to change the whole fleet to electric, but with the reduced cost of running electric vehicles, and with some authorities reporting that are using electric bin lorries, up to 40% reduction in cost of maintenance, that if at this moment in time, yes, the new ones coming in, Euro 6 is probably the best option, but with a fleet of around 50 vehicles, we should be potentially looking at some of them as we go through the changeover period to be coming in as electric at the earliest opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Joy. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. I saw a parallel with what Phil Filmer said about the rubbish trucks and the Conservative government, actually. Having worn out, run out of ideas, knackered, all those kinds of things. But on a more serious note, although I was entirely serious about that, actually, I support everything that Councillor Curry's done, and I'm pleased to hear that Councillor Joy supports that too and has given some of his little bits of knowledge about bin trucks. But there was a derogation of duty here. It should have been explored over the lifetime of that fleet, about the depots and their readiness, particularly given that North has got a brand new depot up on the Rochester-Maidstone Road. We're told to all the little bits of, there isn't enough room and we couldn't do it. And in fact, having a mixed economy of vehicles is important. We all know that leasing agreements can be fraught with problems, but that isn't necessarily so if the right contract work is done in the beginning. So Councillor Curry's approach now to continue to look and think about alternatives and replacements during the lifetime of the fleet is important. These are not the type of trucks that people buy at some point and convert into a camper van, I'm afraid. They are for the scrap heap, and that means that the money invested in them is for the scrap heap as well. when there could have been opportunities to make a difference and have a more planned replacement over a period of time and paid attention to what we've all agreed and signed up to, actually, the fact that there's a climate crisis.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Spalding.
Oh, I'm obliged, Madam Mayor. When Medway North took over the waste collections, they effectively went on a cost-cutting exercise, I understand, and one of the first people to basically be placed in another job, and a position they lost was the guy whose job it was to literally clean and look after the vehicles. I'm not talking about, obviously, day-to-day maintenance and engines, but effectively, his job was to look after the vehicles, make them clean, make them effectively sanitised. It makes me wonder that we now have all these increased maintenance costs, whether this has been a direct result of cost-cutting measures of Medway North, which is, of course, a partnership between Medway Council and Norfolk Council. But, of course, it's only on an 80-20 split. So, effectively, yes, they've got to try and make a profit, and Medway Council gets 20% of that back. But here we are, lumbered effectively with 100% of the costs. And it concerns me that we are having to come to this decision, quite rightly. We do need new vehicles. But have there been anything to actually mitigate the cost that goes down? And I'm open to answers on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Councillor Crozer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Page 99, paragraph 3.5, it states that both depot locations are at full vehicle capacity, and the depot infrastructure availability is being considered by the new Medway Labour and Cooperative Council. Are you saying in that paragraph that you're looking at a new depot?
Thank you, Councillor Crozer. So there aren't any more questions from members, so I will revert to Councillor Maypole as the supporter of this proposal to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung, and I thank Councillor Curry for bringing this report. It wasn't my intention as the new leader of the council to bring £35 million of capital additions, but actually what we've seen with both of these reports tonight, and we have to say splashes as well historically, it is a track record of poor keeping of our resources, maintaining our resources, and that's something which this administration will take seriously. If we're spending taxpayers' money, we will do the right thing by making sure that it is as efficient as possible, as economically efficient, but also as environmentally efficient as possible. And in Councillor Curry, I've got absolute confidence that as soon as we can move from Euro 6, as soon as that's practically possible, we will do that. I'm confident of that. And tonight's decision will allow us to get on with that. Eric Pickles, I didn't think I'd ever say his name from this side of the chamber. Eric Pickles did a load of damage to local government. And I could spend all 3 minutes talking about that, but I'm not going to. With this scheme, we had to work really hard to get that money. I remember that. But the problem is that when you've got that new fleet, it doesn't feel as if there was a depreciation fund created alongside that. And I know my friend and colleague, the Deputy Leader, has often talked about that, particularly for our headquarters, Gun Wharf. So I think moving forward, there are things that we will do differently from this perspective. It's about making sure that the taxpayer pound that we spend, and we don't take these decisions lightly. We've said already a number of times tonight, the decisions we make will lead us to have to do some difficult decision making, particularly, I suspect, at the February budget making. But these are decisions, both the previous item and this one, where we have no choice if we want to deliver the services which we have pledged to do, as Councillor Joy rightfully said. The vast majority of us in this room pledged to deliver weekly bin collections, and we will continue to do that, and we need the resources to do that accordingly. So therefore, I'll certainly be supporting Councillor Curry, and I'm confident that we will, in both these cases, that the portfolio holders will be working very closely with officers to make sure if there are efficiencies during these capital programmes, that they will be found and those savings will be passed back to the residents of Medway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Back to the proposer, Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung, and thank you, colleagues, for your contribution to this item. I just want to pick up a couple of points in respect of what's been said. I mean, this is, as members know, one of my favourite words is sustainability. And the idea is that you plan now for the future and sustain it forever, really. I mean, that's the whole point about sustainability, is that we're looking towards the future. And I think this is part of what it is. We need to sort our waste management out from the bottom up, if you like, if you pardon the expression. And part of that process is the waste vehicles themselves. The point that Councillor Joy made, and also the question that Councillor Crozier asked, is yes, we are looking for a depot. We do need one. I've spoken in detail with both Veolia, who run our waste transfer station, and with Norse, who run the daily collections, and they are really desperate for somewhere decent where we can park the vehicles and sort the rubbish out, ideally in the same location and ideally much more efficiently than we do at the moment. Currently, Medway's recycling rates are really poor compared to our neighbours, and we really need to sort that out, but we can only do that with the right facilities, the right vehicles, and the right drive and desire to do that. And I think that's one of the things that this Labour group is now bringing to the Council. So we're looking at a complete waste strategy for Medway going forward, and that includes this process here. As far as the other authorities, yes, you're right, Councillor Joy, Westminster are now fully electric. And if they could do it in the centre of London, we can certainly do it here in Medway. So I think that's something to aspire to, and I've even been looking at biofuels and hydrogen as options as well. So that's very exciting. So as regards to financial details, taking this forward, as the financial situation changes, and as I say, it takes a while to order and deliver these vehicles, we can look at the best cost-effective approach, and also looking at the way we can get a depot in place at the earliest opportunity, and that will affect what vehicles we purchase as well. So those are just my closing remarks on this. I think this is an investment in Medway's future, and I think this is what we really need now. So I'd strongly urge members to vote for option 3 in the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. So, members of the Council, is that agreed? Thank you very much. We move to Agenda 13, which is the Medway Youth Justice Plan 2023-2024. Councillor Price, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. I'm very pleased to introduce this report and to recommend approval of Medway's Youth Justice Plan for 2023 to 2024. Back in 1998, the Crime and Disorder Act required local authorities to have an annual youth justice plan. As I say, that's updated annually to set out how youth justice will be delivered locally within available resources. This plan, which is attached at Appendix 1, is a completely new plan in line with the guidance distributed to local authorities in March of this year. The format of the plan follows the guidance and headings provided by the National Youth Justice Board. This report was considered by Scrutiny, Children and Young People's Scrutiny, and its comments are set out at Section 6 of the report. There's obviously something going on outside. A diversity, and maybe some youth justice will take care of this. A diversity impact assessment has also been carried out and is attached at Appendix 3. So the 4 priorities are laid out on pages 41 to 44 of Medway's Youth Justice Plan. They are, firstly, to support young people to realise a positive identity, strengthen and build bonds, bridges and links between young people and the community. Second priority, to work with young people and partners to create a safer community for Medway. And the third priority, keep young people safe and enable them to thrive. And the fourth priority, prevent young people from entering the youth justice system. I attended a recent meeting of Medway's Youth Justice Board, and the themes in this year's work plan moving forward will be, first of all, disproportionality and prevention and diversion. The second theme will be serious violence, exploitation and victims. The third will be custody, remands and resettlement. And the fourth will be partnership. Partnership's really important in the putting together of this plan. Partnership and resources. I've also just wanted to point out that when we discussed this at Cabinet, we did note and made a comment that the national template from the Youth Justice Board sadly lacked a female perspective. So it's very much written around males, etc. And this is an issue because sadly within Medway, we know that many women and girls feel unsafe on our streets. So I've already taken this up with Medway's Youth Justice Manager, Ken Dance, and he's assured me that this year's plan is a dynamic plan, and he's going to rectify that quite shortly. I'm also going to take up this omission within the template with our South East Regional member of the Youth Justice Board. The other thing which I wanted to say in connection with this Youth Justice Plan is that we can't really do justice, if you'll pardon the pun, just in this debate and Cabinet and scrutiny, because there is a lot of interest, I know, from our members. So I've already asked, and I understand it's going to come forward in the autumn, that we actually have a workshop to which all members will be invited, and it will give us the opportunity to be able to discuss with Medway's youth justice professionals, youth justice within Medway, and really get into this issue. So I'm really pleased that that's actually going to come forward. I thought it wouldn't come forward until next year, but they are looking at maybe September or October. So I am pleased to commend Medway's Youth Justice Plan 2023/24, and obviously after the debates we'll be seeking your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that supported? Thank you, Councillor Coombs. Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later? Thank you very much. Okay, we move on to the debate now. So we have Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to the portfolio holder for the presentation of the report and also the engagement that myself and the portfolio holder for education have had so far since their respective appointments, which has been highly constructive and which is greatly appreciated by myself and I know the Leader of the Opposition too. Thank you also to the portfolio holder for the introduction of this youth offending plan for the forthcoming year, and also to the work of the youth offending team manager and other officers within the council that have been working tirelessly on this, particularly within the youth offending team. We will be supporting the plan following a rigorous session at overview and scrutiny. A couple of points I just wanted to make. One of them is pertaining to the grant allocation. I think it was commented at overview and scrutiny in June that there was some confusion around whether or not the grant allocations had been received. And I know members from the opposition team had asked if mitigations had been put in place in relation to potential reduction in funding allocated. It'd be useful if the portfolio holder could update on any conversations he might have had around that, which would be useful, I think, for all members. The second point I just wanted to raise, and I know myself and the portfolio holder had some communication on this earlier, the admission of women and girls within the plan in the template is a significant one. Myself and the Leader of the Opposition were at Cabinet, where the portfolio holder for social and economic regeneration and inward investment shared those concerns. And as I said to Councillor Price earlier on, we share those concerns about the admission and fully support the administration's view to take the admission to the Youth Justice Board. And I know from the communication I've seen earlier on today shared with me by the portfolio holder that he's determined to take that up. Also, just on the point about workshops, we will certainly on this side fully support that, and hopefully we'll see many opposition members there. I'd note at this point as well, Madam Mayor, I think it's been really encouraging so far at all of the children's services briefings that have been held to see both members of the front benches of both sides, new and returning members, really showing their support and deepening their understanding of children's services and education provision within the council. And I know even just this week at the SEND briefing, it was well attended by members on both sides of the chamber. So happy, as I say, the opposition will be supporting the report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Brake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much for the presentation of this report, which I certainly do welcome. Thank you, Councillor Price. It's been well put together, and I note that the author of the report, Ken Dance, is very much part of this report, and is somebody that I've had the pleasure of working with over many, many years. Now retired as a magistrate, I had something like 30 plus years of experience with working within the court services across Medway. And in the latter years before I retired, I was chair of the youth offending panel and the youth courts for North Kent, which included both Medway and areas such as Gravesham and Dartford, which really gave the magistrates of Medway the opportunity of seeing exactly what was going on right across both Kent as well as Medway being our own patch. You're absolutely right when you say that this is about partnership working, and the local authority does in fact have a big say in what goes on. But just a couple of points, if I may. Certainly the work that goes on with the local police is important, and one such action that I do recall was when one of our late colleagues, Councillor Mike O'Brien, and myself worked with the local police with regard to young people in care. The fact is, a young person being in care could in fact commit acts of violence or usually damage to household contents, which wasn't very nice for the parents and the carers that were looking after these young people. And Mike and I did a pilot scheme with the Chief Constable, the local police chief, and also the Police and Crime Commissioner. And that basically was to say that young people in care should be treated differently in as much as that they were victims of what was going on in their home lives. And a system was introduced whereby these young people would be not exactly exempt from having to look at the crime that they committed, but they were looked at in as much as that, well, how would a parent normally have dealt with somebody who did this at home, and it was their own child? Totally different to somebody who was in
Councillor Brook, thank you very much.
Okay, sorry. I could go on for a long time on this one, but well done.
Thank
well
you.
done on this.
Thank you very much. Councillor Galvin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I comment on the substance of the report, I'd just like to point colleagues to para 6.3.4. I know a lot of people worry about Medway being subsumed by London, but I think the reference there to the Metropolitan Police should be something different. Just a typo. I really welcome this report, and I also welcome Councillor Price's comments about the importance of keeping young people out of the criminal justice system in the first place. That has got to be the primary aim, because once young people get into the criminal justice system, they're on an extremely slippery slope. And that is a lot of the work of the yacht, and I think our yacht in Medway is something to be proud of. It's over many, many years. It has done an extremely good job of keeping our younger people on the straight and narrow, because particularly the temptations for young people to get drawn into the gang culture is hugely great. There are financial incentives to get involved, and there's also a lot of peer pressure, and peer pressure unfortunately has a huge influence on young people. And because of my past work in that, being the chair of the Community Safety Partnership, I would welcome actually the idea of having more of a female perspective, because one doesn't want to go into the graphic details, but if young girls, and often they are very young girls, get drawn into the gang culture, their experiences are absolutely horrific. And as a grandfather and a great-grandfather of girls, the thought of any of my family getting into that situation is totally abhorrent. So anything we can do to make sure that doesn't happen. Yet, like our children's spokes, I'm very happy to support this. And as Councillor Baker said, there's a lot of good work here. And I think this is, once again, is one of those areas that we can leave politics aside and we can all try and work together for the benefit of our young people. So I very much welcome this report, and thank you, Councillor Price, for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Goulburn. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you very much, Mayor Garang. Giving every child the best opportunity to achieve their potential in life is absolutely a key priority for everyone in this council. And this report, presented by my colleague, Councillor Price, challenges that and takes the work that we have worked on previously to the next level. And we know that if we are to create an environment that enables our children and young people to flourish, we must deal with the wider societal issues that can impact on their well-being. And I know many in this administration are looking at housing, improving our National Health Service, and also working with Kent Police to once again reinstate the schools teams, which my predecessor wasn't scrutinising quite well enough. The Medway Youth Justice Partnership Strategic Plan sets out our ambition to move upstream and bring together all available resources to support children, young people and families that come into contact with our services. And absolutely, this vision is one of prevention and protecting the public. We will work collaboratively as a system to engage earlier and support our young people to reduce the risks and likelihood of them becoming involved in the criminal justice system. And we've seen over the last 10 years the legislative environment has changed and a reduction of people going into the system. That in itself, however, might mask an illusion that crime is still not occurring, when in fact it is. For those who unfortunately commit crimes, we do need to look at bespoke solutions, and this is increasingly complex in today's world with a number of layered problems mixing together. This will enable our young people to make different choices and ultimately not re-offend. This plan is really ambitious. It is young person-centred and evidence-based. And key in this plan is my belief that you have absolutely nailed the one critical element, which is local partnerships. And actually the quality of services that we commission. And we have some of the best staff in this local authority, and I can't say this loud enough, about our services to support young people in this child-friendly city. I want to commend all the staff for drafting this, and I hope people understand watching that we absolutely have a commitment, especially this week when we've had the reports from Cook and Wood, where we've had the impacts of Conservative government cuts on criminal justice, where we've had increases in crime in recent years as well. But actually we are putting forward a plan to challenge and reduce some of these concerning behaviours and support our young people to improve their outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank Councillor Price as the portfolio holder for taking on board my comments at Cabinet, expressing my disappointment that the National Template for the Youth Justice Plan does not consider girls' and young women's experiences of the justice system. And I want to sort of explain why that is. It's because the information that councils submit in the Youth Justice Plan is analysed to identify good performance and regional and national themes that need tackling. So having no specific metrics that consider girls' and young women's experiences of the justice system is unfortunately a very clear example of how a lot of policy, unfortunately, in this country doesn't prioritise female voices. And I know that we as a council do a lot to support girls and young women who come into contact with the youth justice system, but we have been hamstrung by changes to the national template since 2022, which removed our local discretion when producing the plan. So I really welcome Councillor Price's commitment to write to the South East Justice Lead to highlight the lack of that female perspective and to push for changes in the national template. And I really welcome the opposition support as well, as outlined tonight by Councillors Perfect and Goulburn. I just want to use a statistic to highlight really why this matters. Last year, the Young Women's Youth Justice Report found that up to 90% of girls who come into contact with the youth justice system have experienced abuse from a family member or someone they trusted, and 63% of girls and young women that were aged between 16 and 24 serving community sentences had experienced rape or domestic abuse. So it's shocking that most girls and young women who are in our criminal justice system have experienced trauma, and yet their specific needs are being ignored in favour of punishment and exclusion. So it's really important that their experiences are captured and that they are given a voice. And I really welcome the actions that Councillor Price will be taking to address that, and welcome this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Sands.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We as a group would like to thank Councillor Price for this full report and all his hard work and that of the officers in preparing this. We fully agree with it and fully support you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Sands. So there are no other questions from any other members. So I go back to the seconder, the supporter, Councillor Coombs.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Price for bringing this plan and thank officers for all the work that's been put into it. It's very comprehensive. Being caught up in criminality is devastating for children and for young people, and it can have a huge impact on their life chances. We do need to appreciate that these are children and look at the reasons that they're drawn into crime in the first place. And I echo Councillor Osborne's words in terms of these being vulnerable individuals, influenced by others, perhaps with mental health needs, which Councillor MacDonald has already referred to earlier this evening. They need to see that there's a different route, and so I'm pleased that Medway is taking a child-first approach with this plan. We can only make a difference by engaging with children and young people, and the youth offending team have worked hard to do this. They've been listening to the views of young people in the youth justice system, and I was very pleased to see that the plan has incorporated more than 50 of these young people's comments and suggestions in it. Of course, being the victim of crime is also devastating, and this plan rightly has, as amongst its aims, preventing youth crime, reducing reoffending, and protecting the public from harm. But by putting children at its heart, it recognises that to achieve those aims, it's vital that we give those children and young people the right support so that they can realise their own value both to themselves and to the wider community. We've still got a long way to go to make sure we achieve the best possible outcomes for children and young people in the youth justice system, but this sets the roadmap of how agencies can work together, and crucially with the young people themselves, to help them live successful and productive lives.
Thank you, Councillor Coombs. Back to the proposer, Councillor Price.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung, and thank you, members. It's a really positive debate that we've had tonight, and I'm really pleased that we're going to keep that interest with the members' workshop with those professionals that have worked so hard in partnership to bring together this year's plan. And obviously, I welcome Councillor George Perfect's support for the plan, my opposite number in the opposition. And also working with the local police is really important. So thank you, Councillor Wake, for mentioning that, and your pilot scheme. Could I just say that I wasn't able to answer Councillor Jones's question about making our children in care that aspect to be a protected characteristic, but that written response will be coming forward, and officers are working on actually how that is going to be taken forward within Medway, because it's clear that we need our looked after children to have that protected characteristic. We are the corporate parents, and we need to be doing for those children in our care what anybody around here, fathers, mothers, aunts, uncles, grandparents, etc., do for their children within their family, to give them that little bit extra if they are able to, and to really be there for them emotionally as well. Obviously, thank you, Councillor Galvin, for picking up the typo, which I had been warned about in Democratic Services. We have a new officer in there that has been working up in London recently, so when she types in police, of course it's Metropolitan Police. So, but anyway, it shows you read the report, so thank you for that. Yes, I'm I've been very pleased for many years now of the standard and the quality of our our yacht team within Medway. Yes, gang culture and peer pressure is with us in Medway as it is in many parts of the country. Local partnerships was mentioned, and that I think is key to the structure of these plans going forward. If we get our partners working with us, then we can achieve much more than we can achieve alone. And then Ron Sands, I welcome his support, and also I welcome Councillor Tristan Osborne's connection with the other plans that he's talking about there as well. Yes, that is a harsh statistic that we heard from Councillor Lauren Edwards. About 90% of women and girls which have suffered issues, that's actually come from another family member. It's a very sad.
Thank you, Councillor Price.
Thank you.
On that note, members of the council, is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Next one is changes to the MedPay salary scales. So, Councillor Hamilton, would you like to make the proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. Our staff across the council are our greatest asset and the bedrock upon which all our services sit. Our ability to attract, recruit and retain a motivated and effective staff is key to serving the people of Medway and for our vision of a better Medway. For those who choose to dedicate their working lives to public service, in particular through a career in local government, transparent salary pay scales and a clear career progression framework are important factors in deciding to apply for and to continue to stay in an organisation. The improvements to MedPay are a first step for our administration, and we will continue to monitor and review the impact of the changes as they are implemented. This report recommends improvements to the MedPay salary pay scale to ensure the Council will attract, recruit and retain motivated and effective staff to serve the people of Medway and to deliver our vision of a better Medway. The proposed changes to the current MedPay pay scale are to support the Council to both attract, recruit and retain staff in a highly competitive market and to support the implementation of career progression frameworks that are being developed as part of the MedPay review. Frameworks which are designed to ensure clear career pathways and development at Medway Council for all our employees. I refer you to page 195 on the agenda. At present, the MedPay pay scale is from ranges 1 to 7. This proposal introduces a range 8. This helps address some of the current recruitment challenges and creates greater career progression in operational roles. Introducing a range 8 means we need to make some further adjustments to stop any overlap with range 7 and to recognise drift within the marketplace. It is proposed to increase the bottom of the service manager scale to £55,455. The last pay protocol introduced a £500 pay gap between range 2 and range 3, and range 3 and range 4. This proposal extends this to ranges 5 through to 8. This improves the MedPay salary scales in 2 ways. It removes pay band overlaps, and critically, it provides pay progression for a staff member as they move from one range to the next one. The MedPay review introduces career progression frameworks. It is proposed that spot salaries will recognise individual employee progression. There will be 2 spot salaries at range 2. Ranges 3 to 8 will have 3 spot salaries, A, B and C. As detailed in section 6 of the report, the Employment Matters Committee agreed to recommend to Council these proposals, and it is therefore recommended that the Council agrees the changes to the MedPay salary scales as set out in section 6 and detailed in Appendix 1 to the report. I move the recommendations as laid out in section 11 of the report as follows. The Council is asked to approve the following changes with effect from 1st August 2023. The introduction of a range 8 pay band, the introduction of 3 spot points for each pay band ranges 3 to 8, and 2 spot points in range 2, with a £500 pay gap at the bottom of bands 5 to 8. An uplift to the bottom of the service manager salary scale to £55,455 to facilitate the introduction of a range 8 pay band. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Is that supported? Councillor Van Dyke, is that supported? Thank you. Would you like to speak now or reserve to speak later?
I'll speak now.
Thank you.
Medway Council, under a Conservative administration, came out of the National Joint Council for Local Government Staff pay scheme some 9 years ago. Currently, there are a number of areas within the Council where it has been extremely difficult to recruit and retain staff. Particular examples are within social services and legal services. Gaps in the structure are therefore being covered often by locum staff, often working remotely and at significant cost to the Council, inevitably with potentially less ongoing commitment to our organisation. In legal services, which has a fairly flat structure and where grade 7 staff have been managing grade 7 colleagues, again with diminishing incentives, this is becoming increasingly unsustainable. The proposed MedPay review does not necessarily meet the aspirations of the recognised trade unions who have indicated a desire to return to the full NJC scheme. They have pointed out that last year Medway had the lowest pay rise across Kent. Sadly, whilst being aligned to NJC and some posts still being paid fully in line with the scheme, a full return to NJC and Medway is simply unaffordable. The cost now would be enormous. The proposed MedPay review seeks to address the need to recruit and retain good quality staff by way of a structure that enables progression rather than spot salaries, that relates to the level of work and developing performance of our staff, so not automatic incremental progression, but progression based on those developed skills and performance. This will include the proposal to create the introduction of the new Range 8, incorporating about 20 posts. Investment already agreed upon and actioned under the 12% MedPay review demonstrates some historical issues are being fixed. And there is further an aspiration for a better long-term agreement in terms of cost of living increases going forward. I'd urge you to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dyke. We have questions from the floor. So we have Councillor Perfect first.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Me again. People are at the heart of Medway Council, whether it be children and adults, regeneration or the business support department. As an opposition, we're pleased to support the report and the recommendations. I know particularly that our Employment Matters Committee members, led by Councillor Filmer, but also with Councillor Hackwell and Fern, adequately held this to account in the recent session in June. And I'd also pay tribute to the work that Councillor Hackwell did when he was portfolio holder for business management, particularly on issues pertaining to HR and organisational development. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to add my support to this report. It was quite robustly scrutinised at Employment Matters. I think, as Councillor Hamilton has said, it is important that we recruit and retain workers. It has proved difficult for us over the last few years, especially in social work and other areas. It is important to understand that this has been a long-term project. It's not just started in 5 minutes ago. It's been well received by departments that have been involved in the pilot. It's welcomed by most people that have been involved. So I think the important things that need to be drawn out is there was no gap between the bottom of the range in the previous range. So people did not perceive that they were getting promoted when they moved up the band. So that's an important thing to improve. It's not a lot of money, £500, but it is something that people, as they progress through their career, they understand that they're getting something. And the other important thing is we set out, there's a framework being set out so people can actually plan their progression. They know what qualifications they need to get to move on to the next stage of employment. So overall, I do thoroughly support this report, and let's hope that we can get it implemented as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hackwell. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The item that stood out for me was reduce the need and expense for using locums and consultants. And we've spent a lot of money on consultants with the HIF project, so it's important that we reduce that. So we fully support the item. It probably should have been done sooner, but yeah, we support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for colleagues for all your work in bringing this forward. I do support the report and the changes that have been proposed to MedPay, which has, Councillor Pearce just said, should have come sooner, and was something that when I, alongside other colleagues who were on Employment Matters, was something that we were constantly calling for. I do think it is worth putting us on the record, though, that the decision by the former administration to leave the NJC back in 2014 was short-sighted, and actually it meant that staff paid the price for that over years. And now we're in a position where rejoining would be far too expensive, but there was a point when that would have been possible, and it's disappointing that the former administration didn't recognise the need to pay the staff fairly and to remain part of something which has national recognition. I welcome the changes that have been made to MedPay today, and again, thanks to the colleagues that brought it forward, but I do want that on the record.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. And look, this is important. The last time we were in this room, we unanimously sent a vote of thanks to our staff, rightfully so, because it's them who are delivering the administration, whichever administration, past or present. It's them who are working day in, day out. It's the women and men of this council who are delivering those 140 different services. Councillor Khan is absolutely right. I have always regretted the fact that this council, in my view, foolishly withdrew from the NJC. And that has been a huge part of actually why officers, particularly in some of those areas that Councillor Van Dijk and Councillor Hamilton raised in their proposing and seconding, have ended up with us paying out extortionate amounts of money, in some cases, to keep people here on a temporary basis. So I welcome this move to try and rectify some of that. I'm grateful for the work that Employment Matters have done on this. I place on record my thanks to the previous Chair of Employment Matters as well. I know he worked closely with Councillor Marhill in his former role, because this is a long-term matter. We want to have the very best offers and opportunities for our residents, and many of our residents work for this council. The final thing I'll say really publicly here and now, I think it's been disrespectful to the Employment Matters Committee, to hard-working HR professionals, hard-working trade unionists, for the former leader of this council to just rock up on a Thursday night in February and basically ignore everything they did and go, oh, here's some extra money, without any concept of actually letting hard-working professionals on both sides of those negotiations do the job that they're there to do, and do well. We're lucky in Medway to have very good trade union reps and very good HR professionals. I want them to do their job. I wish we had more money to offer here and now, but as we know, as we've talked about already, the financial situation this council finds itself in is precarious at the moment. But I pledge that there won't be rabbits out of the hat, because that's disrespectful to those professionals and, most importantly, to the staff of this council. So negotiations will happen. They'll be in good faith, I'm sure, on both sides. And I welcome the fact that we're making some positive progress to deal with some of those issues in what has effectively, as some people have called it, become our 6th pledge to end the use of high-paid consultants and locums. Thank you, Mayor Gurung.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Turpin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yeah, thanks to Councillor Hamilton for bringing this report forward, and also give my thanks to the Employment Matters Committee as well for their considerations and work on these proposals. I too would welcome the reduction of using locums, and if that means that we possibly pay out more at the outset of bringing this in, I think the long-term benefits, we will see, not just financially, but also hopefully in the retention of staff as well. I think we do face challenges with our locality in Medway, with being so close to London, and the challenges that brings with sort of retaining staff and attracting staff to this area. So if this will help to assist those challenges, then I welcome these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turpin. So we now go back to the proposer, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank everybody here in the Chamber tonight for supporting what is a first step towards giving a clear structure and transparency for the people who work for us every day. I have noted clearly some of the comments about the short-sightedness of leaving the NJC and the current challenges that is now bringing to us as a council in terms of our ability to attract, retain really great staff. The fact that we have so many locums is just not acceptable. And I look forward to this first step in terms of reducing the use of locums and giving us the ability to attract and retain people who want to work for us and make Medway a better place. In terms of the comments about negotiations, I want to ensure that everybody is clear that as an Employment Matters Committee and JCC, we will be entering negotiations with integrity. And I hope that is the way that, as an administration, that we will move forward over the next 4 years. So thank you very much for your support, and that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And on that note, members of the Council, is that agreed? Thank you very much. We move to Agenda 15, which is the review of the Constitution. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung. And can I, before I formally move this item, can I congratulate members on both sides? A number of members have made their maiden contributions through speeches and questions, so congratulations to all of those. I just about remember mine. It was a long time ago now. Mayor Gurung will be discussing 4 things tonight as proposing and seconding this, of which we'll only then be discussing 2 of those things formally. The other 2 will roll over until October. So let's deal with those 2 first. We want to be held to account. You heard me tonight, welcoming the work that our overview and scrutiny committees are doing, and that's important. But actually, we're here as councillors not because of the other 58 of us who sit around us, but because of our residents. That's who we're here to serve and here to represent. So we will be bringing back the opportunity for those residents who feel passionately about an issue, so much so that they can travel late on a Thursday night, at the moment to a hot or cold, delete as applicable, council chamber, and be able to ask their question. And of course, what happens, because we're human beings, is they'll get an answer and they'll go, yeah, but what about this? And for a number of years, because of a change in the Constitution by the previous administration, they weren't able to do that. So we're going to bring that forward in October. I hope that receives cross-party support. We won't be bringing back the opportunity for members to do that, in part because I've brought forward an opportunity for the leadership of both opposition groups to meet with me on a regular basis. And if Councillor Spalding wishes to organise an occasional meeting with me, as long as Arsenal are winning, the door will be open. So I'm sure that will be a lot over the next few months. The other thing we'll be doing, Mayor Gurung, is really important, and that's about the role that you currently serve in, the first citizen of Medway. And since it was withdrawn several years ago, the point system, which is used by a number of councils up and down the country, was withdrawn by the previous administration. Now, a number of councillors who sat here today and councillors who lost their seats in May have often said to me privately that I agree with a point system, but there's too many other people in my group to move it forward. So unlucky, Vince. Well, I have to say this, that's changing. Because actually, it is right that the first citizen of Medway is not just the gift of one party of council. It is right and appropriate in the same way, and I welcome Councillor Tijan's excellent remarks in his item opening earlier tonight, that actually political groups have an opportunity. Now, by the nature of this, there's no perfect system, but the system will be bringing forward. It's what we had previously, and I'm grateful to both Democratic Services officers and the head of Democratic Services and our Chief Legal Officer in making sure that we are compliant and up to date with where we need to be from that perspective. So that will be coming forward in October as well, and I genuinely hope that we see cross-party support for that. So those are things we won't be talking about tonight, and Councillor Murray won't be talking about those for a few minutes in a minute as well. But the things we will be discussing tonight are twofold. Firstly, we will be making some changes to overview and scrutiny. They're in there in detail, so I won't go through them in detail, but there's two primary matters we'll be looking at. Firstly, moving housing in particular back to regeneration. The reasons it was moved previously was understandable because of workload. That is a busy committee, as Councillors Filmer and Patterson will be telling you, I'm sure. But it's right and appropriate, we feel, at this stage, with the change of administration, that happens. There's one or two smaller moves as well. The other really important thing for us as an administration coming forward is to recognise the important role that digital plays. So we will be renaming business support to explicitly recognise business support and digital. And we know that actually as we move forward, not just because it's the right thing to do for residents, because actually residents expect us to be doing this. So we'll be holding those programmes to account in a more public way than we ever have done before. And we think that's right and appropriate. Finally, I'm really proud that we've had 75 years of an amazing service which was created by the Attlee government, the NHS. So we as a council will come forward with a special council meeting in October. I'm grateful for both Councillor Golvin and Crozer showing their support for that. It needs to have that strong cross-party support. We're focusing specifically on Medway Hospital.
Thank you.
Something that's here
Councillor
for all of us.
Maple.
Thank you.
Is that supported?
It's supported, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak now or
I'll speak now.
Speak later? Okay, thank you very much.
Just to finish off where Councillor Maple ended there. Look, that audacious group of people who started the NHS in 1945, a service like no other, before or since actually, deserve our recognition. And notwithstanding all the things that have happened, all the challenges that the service faces today, 75 years later, I take no prisoners from anyone who says the NHS is broken, it can't go on, we'll have to privatise it, over my dead body and many other people's if we don't make it better quite soon. However, we greatly appreciate the thousands of people who work in our NHS locally, all of them, not just the people who work at the hospital, but the hospital is our leading institution in the NHS and has been for many years. And so giving them the freedom of the borough shows our commitment to all public services and especially to the NHS. As for the other reforms, as Councillor Maple said, we will be discussing them at the next council meeting, and I hope that people will enrich those discussions with ideas. We are keen to have cross-cutting policy in our new administration. We work together as a cabinet of 10. We work together with the 23 other members here who we regard as our frontline councillors, each and every one of them as important as us and as each other. And we want the policies that we make across the council to be interrelational and achieve the objectives that we want for Medway, not just the objectives that we might want in individual departments. So the changes that we're making to scrutiny reflect that. And I hope it will make it easier and more constructive and fluent for members who are on scrutiny to be able to play their part in that. And as for public questions, We welcome the efforts that people make. We want them to come back and say something that perhaps they didn't think of, and we regret the fact that that was taken away. Finally, on the mayoralty, it's about our commitment to fairness. We want to be fair to you. Many people would say we've got no reason to be, actually, and I might even be one of them. But in this case, publicly and democratically, we want you to have a chance, because the mayoralty should look like the Medway that we all represent, and that gives you at least one term this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the floor? No? There being no further questions from the floor, back to Councillor Maple.
Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. That was quick. So, in conclusion, we think the two things we're moving tonight are straightforward and simple. We look forward to recognising our health service. And absolutely, as I've said already, and I'll say again, scrutiny matters. So making sure that it makes more sense. And I think there's a conversation, I know this has been talked about elsewhere, but the chairs, vice chairs and opposition spokes, I'm sure will come together soon to start that conversation around things like task groups. They're important to this council. They make a difference. So as an administration, we want to empower all 59 councillors to play their part. We want to make sure that as many people as possible can step forward and recognise our health service. We want to make sure residents who have an active interest have that opportunity to ask their public questions. There will be other opportunities for members of the public to engage directly with myself. That will be coming soon. I look forward to that. And bringing forward an opportunity for whoever wishes to step forward, whichever party member they are, whichever political group they are within, through time, those opportunities will be there, compared to the previous few years where, frankly, you had to wear a blue rosette to be mayor. Those times are over. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. So, members of the council, is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Agenda 16, use of urgency provisions. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
I will. Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung. This is a fairly straightforward urgency decision. I don't intend on making lots of urgency decisions, let me say that at the start, but this one is important. I recognise the work that the previous administration took forward on the Healthy Living Centre. There is partnership working to be done there, but regrettably, we're not over the line yet. And we need all partners to play their part. We talked about one Medway earlier on. That's got to manifest itself in many different ways. And one of those ways is making sure, as Councillor Murray said earlier on, we have all the tools we have available to us to tackle those health inequalities. So we've made this urgency decision on the basis of ensuring that the NHS in their decision-making processes have the confidence, and there's been mixed advice on this. I think that's important to say. We're not sure this will even necessarily be needed, but if it is needed, we're literally putting our money where our mouth is to make sure that our residents get the services they need. When we bought the Pentagon, and nobody here opposed it, we did say you should get a few more valuations, and regrettably I think that advice has probably come true. I think it's about that strategic positioning. You know, it wasn't about running a shopping centre, unlike other well-known councils, many of whom have served Section 114 notices elsewhere. This was about the strategic positioning, and actually that's why we want this health provision there. So I was pleased to make this decision. I'm sure colleagues will note it accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported? Thank you, Councillor Khan. Do you wish to speak now or speak later?
I reserve my right.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on, moving the debate to the floor. So we have Councillor Galvin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased that the administration has taken this step. Councillor Maple is perfectly right. We don't know. I personally don't think we will have to pay, but you're right. We need to have that provisioning in case. You're right. Having a healthy living centre in the Pentagon is important on several levels. Where it sits is in the middle of an area that has a lot of health needs. So having a good quality health care provision within the centre of Chatham, I think is vital. It also helps with our regeneration prospects. Also, will be very important for the Pentagon itself. It's been suggested that by having a healthy living centre within the Pentagon Centre will increase the footfall in the centre by over 1 million people a year. That's a significant opportunity for the businesses within the Pentagon to prosper. It's also important that we get a move on with this, because quite rightfully, when the Healthy Living Centre was proposed, we took the necessary action to make sure that the space was available for the works to commence. Regrettably, the consequence of that is that the council, as the landowner is responsible for all the service charges on those spaces, and also responsible for paying the non-domestic rate, of which, as colleagues well know, we only get 49% of. So that was a significant loss. And all the time that the delays carry on, our residents, because it's our residents' money we're dealing with, they are suffering the financial consequences. So yes, we do need to get a move. Just quickly, I would still beg to differ about the valuation of the it would have made no difference at all, because it's very different from deciding whether you're going to buy a photocopier or not, because there's umpteen choices of photocopiers and umpteen ways to purchase them. There is, as far as I know, only one Pentagon Centre, where you either support the regeneration of Chatham and find a price that you're prepared to pay, that the person who's willing to sell is prepared to sell at. It's as simple as that. You know, we put our money where our mouth is. As an administration, we believe in the regeneration of Chatham and Medway, and I stand by that decision wholeheartedly, because I think it was the right thing for Chatham and the right thing for Medway.
Thank you, Councillor Galvin. There being no other questions, back to Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Mayor Gorang, and really happy to second this report and welcome the leader using urgency powers in order to bring this forward. As has been mentioned by colleagues from the opposition and here, the regeneration of the Chatham Town Centre and the role that the Pentagon plays in that is vital, and the use of these powers were to be able to provide that assurance to the ICB and to safeguard our ability to deliver a healthy living centre in the Pentagon. Earlier today we were talking about the vital role that the Brook Theatre plays in our town centre, and actually the Pentagon is going to be a pinpoint for the regeneration of Chatham. So we really look forward to driving this forward and welcome the fact that it's been accepted by all sides. And again, once again, I'd just like to thank everyone for the support for this particular report.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Back to Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Gorang, and thanks to Councillor Galvin for his support on this matter. And good memory that we talked about photocopiers 9 years ago. I'm impressed by that. We still think you should have taken 3 pieces of advice to check we were paying the right price, but we're 9 years on. Let's perhaps move on a bit. On Sunday, Mayor Gorang, I was in Uxbridge with lots of my colleagues here, and I think other people in this room may have been to Uxbridge as well. The Midlands and South West is a bit far away. And whilst I was there, I took an opportunity to look at one of their shopping centres. They've got 2 near the tube station. And in that shopping centre, they had a Greggs. We've got a Greggs in the Pentagon. They had the Entertainer. They had an Entertainer there as well. We've got one in the Pentagon. It was closed because that shop closes on a Sunday. But what they had and we don't have is Healthwatch Uxbridge had a shop in their shopping centre, and Job Centre Plus had their office in their shopping centre. So it is right, I think, that we are exploring not only this particular urgency decision to get over the line something all of this council have supported since the conversation began, but I hope and I know with the colleagues who will be looking at this that that isn't the only public sector offer that we have in the Pentagon Centre. I think we need to expand that. I think it's good for actually all the reasons that Councillor Galvin raised. It's good to make sure we've got steady income. The government aren't going bankrupt. Not last time well, I don't think they're going bankrupt. But actually, more importantly than that, those are services which our residents deserve, and it's a good income for us as a fellow public sector organisation. So I'm grateful for colleagues' support for this urgency decision being noted. I'm grateful for the cross-party approach to making sure we get the Healthy Living Centre, and I'm grateful for the people of Uxbridge for the warm welcome they gave all of us on Sunday afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Gurung.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. So on that note, members of the council, is that agreed? Thank you very much. We move to Agenda 17, which is the motions. I call upon Councillor Edwards to propose the motion at item A.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm delighted to bring this fair tax motion to the first proper full council under the new Labour and cooperative administration. Millions, if not billions, are missing from our public purse because companies avoid paying their fair share of tax. And this is not a minor issue. It's estimated that nearly 18% of public contracts in the UK have gone to businesses with connections to a tax haven. This means there is less money available to improve our roads, run our health services, and to operate important council functions like bin collections. Now, I'm a strong believer that we need to tackle tax avoidance at every level, and tonight we have the opportunity to lead by example at the local level by committing Medway Council to take action on responsible tax conduct. But what does this mean? Well, in a nutshell, it means that firstly, we will demonstrate good practice in our own tax conduct as a local council within the existing frameworks. So for instance, when we as a council purchase land or property, we won't use offshore vehicles to reduce what we may owe. Secondly, we'll make sure that those companies we do business with are paying their fair share of tax as well. When we are choosing our suppliers, we will make sure they aren't using complex structures to avoid paying the tax and business rates that they should. And we'll make sure that we know who the ultimate owners of those suppliers are too. And finally, we'll use our voice to call on the government to improve public procurement rules so that councils can do more to tackle tax avoidance and award points to suppliers that demonstrate good tax conduct. So by voting for this motion tonight, we'll be sending a very simple message, that if companies want to do business with Medway Council, then they will be expected to pay the right amount of tax. And that money, rather than disappearing into offshore tax havens, can then go back into the economy and be used to fund vital local services. As the portfolio holder for economic development, I also want to make sure that we are using as many local businesses as possible in our supply chain. Ensuring that the businesses we procure services from all pay their fair share of tax will help even the playing field, because often smaller local businesses struggle to compete on price with companies that aren't paying their fair share of tax. Now, I recognise it might not be the first thing that voters raise when we speak to them on the doorstep, but I think most people have an intrinsic sense of fair play, and many are acutely aware that our public services are under strain. Recent polling has found that almost 64% of people agree that we should consider a company's ethics and tax conduct alongside the value for money and quality of service that they offer when awarding public contracts. So not only is it the right thing to do, it is also likely to be supported by the majority of our residents here in Medway. So I urge all members here tonight to vote in favour of this motion, which will sign us up to the Councils for Fair Tax Declaration, joining almost 50 other councils across the UK who have already done so, and send a really clear message that we are a responsible and ethical council. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that supported?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you like to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I'll reserve the right to speak later.
Thank you. We move to the floor. So we have Councillor Doe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to, first of all, can I make it quite clear that I'm very much in favour of this. I think that the Prime Minister has signalled, I think, really a commitment to this, because I think that, you know, there is no reason why, particularly in the global economy, which makes life more difficult to track certain companies. But I do think that the standard of conduct that we impose has got to change. I think in the old regimes, it used to be the idea that you were somehow quite a smarty, if you could imagine. You know, you could get away with registering something in the Virgin Islands or something, and then not paying taxes. But of course, it's now been realised. The other side, of course, is that when we are so strapped for money as our tax income, actually these make a hell of a hole, because whatever they don't pay, you pay as members in the high street. You pay not only in your own taxation, but but also in the price of your goods and services as well, because all of that is part of the overall equation. I think in the mixed economy, it's very important that actually is followed through. Now, the reason for my amendment is simply this, that whilst I agree with the principle, I'm very interested in the implementation of this. I think that we have to give some very clear instructions to our officers to what exactly effective monitoring means. How far do they go? Are they literally, I mean, if you take it to an absurd length, they've got to spend days trying to look into the structures of companies that they're going to do business with and so on, and then find at the end of the day that there are some irregularities that have come to light, and you've seen that all happen on the national stage. So I think that this is not talking about tiny companies, we're talking about big ones as well. So my view is really that we ought to refer this report, once the Cabinet's had its views, to the full Council so that it actually gets a proper debate, and that has been circulated now. But so it gets proper debate, and I think that that will enable us really to look not only at the instructions that we give to our staff and the limits on what they are to do, but also covers the cost of actually doing this, whether it involves any extra staffing or anything else. So I think just to do it properly, if we're serious about this, and I certainly am, then I think that we do need to have those that additional layer of discussion, so that the staff, I think, are very clear on what is required of them, and we, of course, can will have the opportunity to review that. Thank you. I so move.
Thank you, Councillor Doe. So we will pause now to allow all the members to read the amendment being proposed.
And then we'll seek a supporter.
And then we will seek a supporter.
No, that's fine. So
Yeah,
all
yeah.
you will say now is, once we just give the guys Wayne a chance to come back, we'll say, is that supported? Is the amendment supported? Do you wish to speak now, or reserve your right to get you up debating? All you need to say is, we are debating the amendment. So is this supported?
So is it supported, the amendment? Thank you. Councillor Galvin, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I'm happy to speak now, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
We certainly do support this in principle. Tax evasion is costing the economy a lot of money, but we must differentiate between tax evasion and tax avoidance. Tax avoidance has been allowed by successive governments to encourage certain behaviours in business, mainly to encourage investment. And we want to make sure that continues. Unfortunately, the tax system in this country is exceedingly complicated. If a business wanted to have all the tax rules in paper form, they'd need a pretty large bookshelf in their office to support it all. It runs to tens of thousands of pages. The reason why we're asking this excellent suggestion to come back is because what we've got to be careful is that there are unintended consequences. We've all wanted here in Medway to support our small and medium businesses. It is very difficult for small and medium businesses to jump through hoops. But most of the paperwork and tax work for Medway small and medium businesses, like the ones I know, is usually done by their owners late in the evenings. They don't have accountants on tap, and they have to do that work themselves. So we've got to make sure whatever we do, we keep it simple. Also, our procurement system here in Medway is very slim. The category management team is a very small team, and we've got to make sure that what we propose to them to look into is cost effective and easy to do so. Because if we overload that team, it may have the effect of them taking their eye off the ball of some very important contract. So we've got, the devil of all these things is in the detail. So, and we want to make sure that that detail is correct. So we're happy to support this motion, but we would just like to add that item 10 to make sure that in the future it gets adequate scrutiny, and we make sure that we're happy that we don't have any unintended consequences. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Galvin. And I understand that there is a willingness from Councillor Edwards, who originally proposed the motion, to accept the amendment. So can we hear from Councillor Edwards?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, really helpful and welcome Councillor Doe's comments. We did have some discussions, obviously, with council officers prior to submitting the motion to check whether it would not present a significant burden to them, and I certainly don't think that's the case as a result of any of those discussions. Very happy to accept the amendment, as I've said, and to have a report come to full council. In respect of Councillor Galvin's comments, I would say, we certainly wouldn't be pursuing this if we thought it was going to add really significant burdens to local small and medium-sized businesses in particular. And I would also argue that the fact that 50 councils have already done so in supporting this motion, if anything really significant in terms of barriers were in place because of this motion, I think they would have emerged. So I'm confident that it won't produce an additional burden for officers that's disproportionate, nor will it have a disproportionate effect on small and medium businesses. But happy for it to come back to full council.
So I will ask the members of the council, are you in agreement to support the amended motion? Thank you very much.
That now becomes the substantive motion.
So that has now become the substantive motion.
Is there any member?
So is there any member that wish to comment on that? So I have on my screen Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung. I'm very grateful for Councillor Edwards for bringing this forward. We are a Labour and cooperative administration, and the Cooperative Party have been at the heart of making sure we have fair tax in our country, and I pay tribute to their hard-working officers who have supported councils like ours to bring this forward. I also welcome the amendment. As we've said in a few places now, we put over 200,000 leaflets through various stores that said we would have honesty, integrity, accountability and compassion, and accountability is at all levels, so we'll be holding ourselves to account, but it's important that when we bring things like this forward, where appropriate, that is also done on this most important of meetings, the full council. So welcome that addition to paragraph 10. For too long, too many organisations have seen the public sector as a good way to make a quick buck. That's not how we roll in Medway anymore. If you're not going to be playing by the rules, we don't want you playing the game. And as Councillor Edwards rightfully said, we've had detailed conversations with officers to sense check what this will mean. And actually, in some cases, they will feel more empowered to have the conversations they would have with potential service providers to this community to make sure they're playing by the rules as appropriate. So I welcome that on this first substantive council of a Labour and cooperative administration, we're bringing forward this proposal. I welcome the addition from the opposition group, and I hope it receives unanimous support. Thank you, Mayor Gurung.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Just quickly to say that we support the amended motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. All right, okay. Because Councillor Doe has indicated that you are satisfied, so I will now go back to the seconder, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. I'm pleased that we have an amended motion which demonstrates the strength that we have in this administration at accepting that we don't have a monopoly on good ideas. For some, patriotism is about words and songs and flags, and that's fine. But for me, love of country is expressed in more meaningful ways, because the rights we have as British citizens or as nationals of other countries living and working here also come with responsibilities. And one of the most fundamental of these responsibilities is paying your fair share. Those with the broadest shoulders carrying the heaviest burden. That's the deal. But paying a fair share is not the same as paying the least you can get away with. That approach might keep you out of jail, but it certainly doesn't make you a patriot. Because who we are as a country is defined by the way we look after the most vulnerable and how fairly we share that burden. And paying a fair share is not just the responsibility of private citizens. The companies afforded the protection of our legal systems and financial institutions and access to our market also, in my view, bear a responsibility. But companies don't do patriotism. Companies don't have morals. And companies don't necessarily behave ethically, despite the example set by some, including the cooperative movement, as Councillor Maple pointed out. Failures in the procurement of pandemic PPE and the potential cost to taxpayers of £2.7 billion have shown what can happen when an immoral Prime Minister and his government join forces with amoral chums in industry. It's instructive when it comes to the question of taxation too, because in short, it shows that when it comes to making money, companies can't always be trusted to do the right thing. That means it's up to us. And as custodians of an annual budget in excess of £500 million, we Medway councillors exercise some serious spending power. So let's do some good with it. This motion puts into practice the belief of 2/3 of people who believe a company's ethics should be considered alongside value for money when awarding contracts. It gives added value to taxpayers because they know that every pound spent by this council rewards good tax conduct, supports enterprise which does its patriotic duty, and stamp out offshore tax dodging. Because, as Councillor Doe said in moving his amendment, by allowing companies to cheat the exchequer, we're only cheating ourselves. Eliminating such behaviour brings a prize worth billions of pounds to our hard-pressed public services, to healthcare workers, to servicemen and women protecting us at home and abroad, and to the workers delivering council services across Medway. We can't afford not to.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Back to Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think there's anything further to say. I think that there's quite a level of support has already been demonstrated, and I'm happy to move to the vote.
Is that agreed? Thank you very much. We move to motion B. I call upon Councillor Spalding to propose the motion at item B.
Madam Mayor, members will be aware since my election I've been championing this proposal from Rivermead Inclusive Trust, but allow me the indulgence of giving you a little history. There's been a school in the village of Stoke since January 1876. Indeed, Councillor Filmer has attended it. Not, I would add, in January 1876. It was a few years later. In 2019, my predecessor, Councillor Pendergast, phoned me on a Friday, which was rare. We had a Fridays to ourselves. And he said they wanted to close our school. We'll see about that. And this is a point I'm going to make, and I'm going to remind members of what we can do together, because we had total cross-party support to stop that. And I pay tribute to former Councillor Clive Johnson, who was immensely helping and great and absolutely brilliant to work with when it came to some of the legal side and the educational side. Sadly, 2 years later, the school closed. It's been empty ever since. Village School is part of the lifeblood of any village, a bit like the village pub, the village shop. It's part of the community. And now we have Rivermead Inclusive Trust saying they want to take it over. 90 additional SEND places. And those of us that sat in on the most brilliant SEND presentation this week will know how vital we need this. And I was quite taken, actually, listening to Councillor Lammis give his own personal perspective on that, the sincerity, the passion as to why we need this. Interestingly, Rivermead will, if it comes of a necessity, also run alongside a bubble class for those that don't need this additional help, if we actually need it. So from a ward councillor's point of view, this is a win-win-win. We get the extra places, but there's going to be those kids, if we need it, that can still go to a village school. And therefore, I commend this motion to the council as written. And one final thing, I am grateful to all the members across the chamber that have actually said, have you got someone to second this motion? And I'm grateful to Councillor Perfect for stepping up to take the view. I'm obliged, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Sorry, is that supported? But Councillor Spalding has already said it.
Yeah, I know, he's given me up there. Supported, Madam Mayor.
Okay. So do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I'll speak now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you very much to Councillor Spalding, both for the positive engagement that myself and the Leader of the Opposition have had with him over the past couple of months, actually, and also in particular on this motion, which we are delighted to support as the Opposition. The proposal obviously references, as Councillor Spalding put, the Rivermead Inclusive Trust's expansion of specialist provision, which obviously they currently locate in Forge Lane in Gillingham, providing professional and dedicated education support for those with autistic spectrum disorder, but also those with other co-occurring difficulties. The expansion will allow for a split site with Key Stage 3 located at the new site in Stoke. Rivermead is a high-performing provision and was rated good by Ofsted at the last inspection and was recently reviewed, I'm assured, by the leadership and an external inspection at the end of last year, which found the leadership and management to be strong and the quality of the education to also be good. I welcome previous engagement that I've had with the Chief Executive, Tina Lovey, and I'm delighted to support the motion. We'd just like to make one slight correction. I think the motion makes reference to the Regional Schools Commissioner. It should obviously read the Regional Schools Director, who is now the brilliant Dame Kate Dethridge, due to a government change at the end of last year. But as I say, we're delighted to support the motion, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Spalding for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will call upon Councillor Filmer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm more than happy to support this, and I do have a little bit of history with Stoke Primary School. My father went there in 1912. I think his elder sisters, there was about 8 of them, so they may well have started there in 1876. And all my family, we all went there, so it's good to see that it's carrying on as a school. Very important for a small village like Lower Stoke to maintain that. And it's a good cause, and it's going to save the council a lot of money in the long run, what they're going to adapt it to. So more than happy to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Coombs.
The proposed move into this site at Stoke Primary School will mean that Rivermead School, which is currently in a small infant school in Forge Lane, is able to make much better use of facilities. It's very overcrowded. It was never built for secondary age pupils. It will mean that we can expand the numbers of children that we cater for. It means that the facilities in Stoke are being used. It's fully supported, I know, by the local community in Stoke. And I think it's a really positive move to move into this site and to increase our provision there with Rivermead Inclusive Trust.
Thank you, Councillor Coombs. Finally, Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll be supporting this motion as well. We desperately do need these places and expansion in this area, so we'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There has been another, Councillor Crozer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, in my short time that I was ward councillor for the Peninsula, when this proposition came forward, it was fully supported by the local parish council and the residents were there. So, as Councillor Pearce is saying, we will be supporting it.
Thank you very much. Now we go back to the proposer, Councillor Spalding.
I'm grateful to all the members for filling in a lot of the detail because effectively it saved me some work and I was able to concentrate on reminding everyone it's a win-win-win. And therefore, I move the motion as written, subject to the title of Regional Schools Director or Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And members of the council, is that agreed? Thank you very much. So we move to motion C. I call upon Councillor Lammers to propose the motion at item C.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item C actually stems from a personal experience I had growing up in Medway. In my very, very young years, I wouldn't know any different, but then as I started to grow up as a child, I realised that the way I interacted with the world was very different to some of my peers. And as I've grown older, I realised that I'm what's called neurologically diverse. The idea that people experience the world in different ways, they learn in different ways, and should be afforded additional support so they can access learning and later in life employment opportunities because of this diversity. The way in which the local authority here at Medway Council helps support neurologically diverse children and those with special educational needs is through the application and distribution of top-up funding, high needs funding. Some children in Medway need what's called educational health care plans, which is for acute need. Those children almost always get the full whack of top-up funding. But lots of kids like me, when I was at school, they wouldn't qualify for an educational health care plan. They wouldn't be able to wait the 2 years to see a practitioner. Some of them wouldn't even end up getting a diagnosis. I got my diagnosis when I was 18, so I wouldn't have qualified if that was a precursor. The reason why I bring this motion to Council this evening is because we're currently changing the way in which we distribute the funding for schools. It's because that there is a £24 million deficit that we have to make up. The Council is in receipt of what's known as a safety valve, which means we have extra money from government in order to extend the life which we can make up that deficit. And with the recent announcement of additional SEND funding, that safety net has been benefited by an additional £4 million. The band descriptions that the Council are currently implementing is coming a bit too soon. School leaders have discussed with me that they are concerned, that they don't understand how to support children to get the top-up funding in an adequate space of time, and the time that they're waiting is too long. What is essential is that this Council cannot go down the route that other local authorities have done, which is make it a prerequisite to have an educational health care plan or a diagnosis in order to access top-up funding. If they go down that route in order to save money, children like me will never be able to stand here before you today and speak the way I can. I'm only here because I'm a recipient of support that I got at school, and we must ensure that our children get that same support. So this motion seeks to remind the Council of their statutory responsibilities to those who are neurologically diverse, those with disabilities, special educational needs, promote the understanding of what it means to be neurologically diverse, ensure that the Council never places barriers in front of parents and schools in order to access this funding that we have the responsibility as an authority to distribute, to improve and crucially shorten that time it takes for schools to receive the funding, and to enhance the Council's communications, not just with schools through the school forums, but with the parents who always know the needs of their children best. Thank you very much, and I commend the motion to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Lammers. Is that supported? Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
Speak now. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, and as I say, delighted to support Councillor Lammers' motion on behalf of the opposition front bench, which we know comes from a very personal, very personal perspective and from his heart. Providing SEND provision that meets the needs of all communities, meets legislation and provision from government is absolutely vital, and we will always work both with the administration and also others across the council, including officers, to this goal. So I'm delighted to support Councillor Lammas's motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Perfect. So we will now move to Councillor Howcroft-Scott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would really like to make an amendment which I believe will be distributed now. Thank you.
Yes, we're going to pause while that has been distributed and all members get to read it. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
This is what the new one will look like once it's agreed. If it's agreed, well, so we need to go to Joe next, ask her to speak to her amendment. Then we need to know if the amendment is supported.
Yeah.
And then we can do it.
I'll allow 1 minute.
So I think the guys are going to be there now because Joe can be introducing it while people are looking at it.
Right. I believe everybody has got a copy of the amendment now, so I will call upon Councillor Hawcroft Scott to propose the amendment.
Yes, so there are just two little sentences that we feel will enhance Robbie's motion. Like Robbie, I'm passionate about SNED. I've spent 4 decades of my life teaching from Liverpool to Medway, from Greenwich to Scotland and New Zealand. But this government has made a major attack on neurodiversity. And neurodiversity is not just what Robbie and I have, but it's also dyscalculus, epilepsy, dyslexia, and I could go on, fetal alcohol disorder. But at the end of the day, we need to say that this has to be properly funded. You can't get quality education and education healthcare plans on the cheap. So the Tories have attacked neurodiversity, schools are under immense pressures, students sometimes are forcibly ordered to be normalised. Well, I was normal for 2 minutes and it was a bit boring, so I've never been normal since. Parents and carers and children need training. Communities need training. And I have to say, you know, my mum was always told off because I was so naughty. But, you know, the behaviour's the behaviour. That's what neurodiversity is about. And we need well-funded accountability and training in schools, smaller classes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that supported? All right, so supported by Councillor Mandarakis. Do you reserve the right to speak or do you wish to speak now?
I'll reserve the right to speak, please.
Reserve the right to speak. Thank you. Right. Is there any member who wish to speak about this amendment? Councillor Lammas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
whilst I greatly appreciate Councillor Howcroft-Scott's position and her experience, the amendment doesn't actually speak to the substance of the motion. The entire point of the motion is that you do not need to have diagnoses or EHCP assessments in place in order for the council to distribute support. I'm not necessarily worried about the kids that get the support that way. What I'm worried about is kids who are what's classified as Send K kids, ones where the school themselves only have to sort of recognise a need and put on their own SCND registers. They're the ones that have been struggling, as the head teacher in Maldene School told me, to access the council's funding. And as a result, the council, as an interim measure, has actually increased the SNDK nominal funding by £1.5 million, which sort of lessens the burdens of proof that schools have to give to the council in order to receive the monies. So because of the fact that this doesn't necessarily relate to the point of my motion, which is you don't need to have these plans in place, unfortunately I can't support it, but I very much support the partnership with the ICB.
Thank you, Councillor Lammers. Councillor Coombs.
Thank you. I fully appreciate the concern over funding. At the moment, schools have notional funding within their budgets, which is based on census information which is given back, I believe, 3 times a year. And this notional funding takes into account those children who are in the school who have special educational needs but don't currently have an EHCP. So it's expected that this funding is able to support those children. Now, I know that teachers are incredibly resourceful and highly skilled at supporting children through differentiating their approach to make sure that they provide the right support and challenge to all of their learners. And often this will help pupils to make progress without the need for any EHCP. However, schools are reporting a strain on the resources, and there are a growing number of children, particularly coming into reception classes, with difficulties with speech and language and communication skills. I believe it's really important that we identify these children early on and we put support in early on, and that means before they get to school so that they're more ready when they come to school. Now, our Medway nurseries and preschools do a fantastic job. 97% of them rated good or outstanding with Ofsted. Unfortunately, they too are chronically underfunded. The free hours entitlement that children get is underfunded by national government. And so parents who pay for additional hours are effectively subsidising this. And this is only going to get worse. From April next year, all parents of 2-year-olds will be entitled to 15 hours of free childcare per week. And from September next year, this has been extended to eligible working parents of children from 9 months onwards. This means there will be less additional income from paid hours that nurseries rely on, and that will be much reduced. Now, this is great news for parents who need affordable childcare, and it will be a tremendous help for them during this cost of living crisis. But it does rely on nursery spaces being available in the first place. In the past few months, 6 nurseries have closed in Medway, largely because they simply can't afford to stay open. And if the government doesn't properly fund these free hours, then many more are going to go the same way. And so the offer of free childcare is going to be nothing more than a pipe dream. So the closure of nurseries and preschools would be bad news for parents, but it will be devastating for our children. If we're determined to give children the best possible start in life, we need to make sure that they can access outstanding early years provision. We need to make sure that those children, particularly those with additional needs, are getting the right support at the earliest possible opportunity. And this really needs the government to put their money where their mouth is and properly fund early years provision for our children.
Thank you, Councillor Coombs. Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can certainly support the second of the amendments to work in partnership, but I'm a little disappointed with the first, especially bearing in mind my previous motion when everybody in this room voted unanimously for something that effectively was a cross-party agreement because it was something that we could all agree with. I find that item 2 of the council notes is, for want of a better explanation or description, a cheap political shot that, in my view, should not have been brought. That is my opinion. Also, call me perhaps old-fashioned, but when someone says this has happened, it's usually nice to have some evidence to it. And it makes it very, very difficult, and to use something that I mentioned on the recent HIF issues, how can I support something unless I actually have decent knowledge of it? And when I say decent knowledge of it, I listened with great aplomb to both Councillors Lammas and Councillor Howcroft-Scott in the recent SEND presentation, and certainly my knowledge of the subject has gone up from virtually very little to some, but I'm not an expert on this. And as I say, I find the inclusion of item 2 on something that really should reach across this chamber to be nothing more than, as I say, in my opinion, a cheap political shot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been married to my wife for coming up for 20 years. For over 20 years, she's worked in childcare in the nursery settings with children from 6 months old up to preschool. And in all that time, she's also been the special educational needs coordinator for the nursery setting. It's not just with the schools and getting it. They are spending time prior to them starting school with regarding to trying to access additional funding to make sure that children get the support at the early stage possible and make sure that that carried through. The motion was brought to make sure that the children that don't actually qualify for an EHCP and do need the additional support, and in schools this could be by additional TAs to be able to do 1-to-1 or 1-to-2, 1-to-3, 1-to-4. But putting in the Conservative government, making this political while we're trying to support our children and helping children at the early stage possible to get the support so they can lead a fuller life, will make sure that they can access that support and realise their potential. And also finding that if they do not get that support at the earliest possible opportunity, or it's delayed, that they will, in the long term, potentially cost the council more. And making it political is just low down. So the austerity regime was brought in a long time ago, and there was a reason behind it. I got sick and tired of listening on council saying the reasons behind it, but I thought going forward we were going to try and work together, different parties, but with the one aim of helping the residents of Medway. And the most vulnerable residents of Medway are looking to get covered in the original amendment. And doing that is just hitting below the belt. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Joy. Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. And look, I'll take no nonsense from anybody really on this. Look, I know, and most people in this chamber knows, that before May the 4th, lots more of this original motion would have been gutted by the previous administration. And don't pretend otherwise. If the guy with the moustache rather than the goatee and beard was here, you know we wouldn't be talking about reminding the council, but we're not churlish enough to go, well, actually, we know everything, and therefore we're not going to take the good spirit that was placed by Councillor Lammas, and I pay tribute to him and Councillor Howcroft-Scott for sharing their personal experiences. We could have done that, but we didn't. We chose not to, because that's the right thing to do. We're a new administration. We're picking up some of these things. We will blame the previous administration where appropriate, and we will blame the government where appropriate. Councillor Coombs is right that actually lots of the good things on the face of it that are coming forward around early years, the reality is I've had 2 nurseries in my ward close. There are other nurseries up and down Medway closing as a result of the austerity regime. And why is that particularly important? Because those earliest interventions can mean the longest amount of help. So look, here's something, Councillor Spalding. A council chamber is political. It is political. I make no apology for that. We will, of course, work on a cross-party basis when we can. But I will hold the government, whoever the government is of the day, to account if they're not giving the resources we need to the people of Medway. So I absolutely will be supporting Councillor Howcroft-Scott's amendment, rightly and appropriately, recognising that it challenges us because most of the original substantive motion is there. And yeah, look amongst yourselves, particularly those who were here before. Do you think this would have stayed exactly as it is without those two amendments under the previous regime? Not a chance. So I will be supporting this. I'm grateful for Councillor Lammas for raising this issue. It is a huge issue. Most councillors, if not all councillors, would have been contacted about the length of time it takes for an EHCP to be delivered. You know, there's other issues in here that aren't in here around CAMS. CAMS has been unacceptable for at least 16 years. Every day I've been a councillor, regardless of who the government or council is run by, CAMS is not where it needs to be. And that plays into some of this as well, because there are mental health issues for some individuals who have neurodiversity as well. So, Mayor Gurung, I'll be supporting this. I don't want any more crocodile tears. I want to get on and support those residents who need that support. I'm grateful for the original motion, and I'm very grateful for the substantive amendment we've seen from Councillor Howcroft-Scott.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and just like to place on record the disappointment of both myself and the Leader of the Opposition at the amendment brought forward by the administration. I think, look, we recognise there have been challenges in recent years in relation to budgets across central government. There have been challenges that His Majesty's government have had to deal with, particularly in light of both the crisis pre-2010, but also in recent years brought about by the need to ensure that budgetary pressures are managed from a central government perspective in light of the COVID pandemic and the war in Ukraine. I think we brought forward this motion, and I know Councillor Lammas brought forward this motion to focus really on dealing with the issue of SEND and raising those concerns, and we didn't aim to make this political. It's disappointing that the administration have decided to bring forward an amendment which references this, and unfortunately, therefore, the opposition will be voting against the amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're going to be voting against the amendment, but voting for the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung. I'm puzzled, quite frankly, by the opposition's disagreement with the amendment. It's quite clear from indent 3 of the motion, ensure that the council never places barriers to accessing SEND support, high needs funding for schools, that there is a relationship between this motion and resources. If you go to head teachers with this motion, or the original motion as it stood, they're going to say, well, you know, we need resources to put in place this additional support. So quite frankly, I don't see how you can divorce the motion from resourcing and funding, and I support Councillor Howcroft-Scott amendment, nor can you divorce the motion from politics in terms of the austerity which has been placed on the public sector by the Conservative government over a number of years since 2010. It seems to me to be operating in a vacuum to say that this is the motion and politics is somewhere over here and resources is somewhere over there. You know, to be quite honest, you know, let's get realistic about this and let's get behind Councillor Howcroft-Scott's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. Yeah, just always amused at the squeamishness of elected politicians when it comes to politics, because to suggest that politics has no place in our discussions is so utterly ludicrous as to really not be deserving of debate. Now, you know, that squeamishness from Councillor Spalding and Councillor Pearce about the amendment to this motion. I can't really rationalise why they would defend someone else's cuts, but that's obviously their lookout. But let me make a little amateur psychological diagnosis here for Councillor Joy and Councillor Perfect. And it's cognitive dissonance, because it's the inability to see the connection between 13 years of your party's destruction of so many public services, the ideological austerity which has damaged these services, which I don't think you can be unaware of. I mean, perhaps newer councillors haven't had quite the mailbag on this that some of us have had, but anyone that thinks that the system is working for these individuals correctly is sadly mistaken, hiding their head in the sand, or, as I say, suffering from cognitive dissonance. So let's be big, brave boys and girls here. Because what's important when we talk about acting collegiately and cross-party in overview and scrutiny meetings, and where possible in this chamber, doesn't mean blinding ourselves to the patent facts of the matter. And getting to the patent facts of the matter includes the addition at point 2 of where blame lies, because we can't fix this until we admit where the problem has its roots. So I support Councillor Howcroft-Scott's amendment on that basis.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Murray.
I'm speaking in support of the amendment. You know, to those who are so disappointed, I say, boo-hoo. What a pity you can't take responsibility for the fact that your government tore the guts out of the Sure Start scheme, vindictively made it a dirty word in this council, shut all the beautiful centres, took away the pram-pushing distance for people to get help with their children in the early years, for them to make friends, for them to actually get ready for school. One of the reasons we've got such a big problem with SEND is because it's much harder to make early diagnosis of problems than it was when we had Sure Start in place. One of Labour's finest achievements, recognised in the world for the immediate impact that those 3,000 Sure Start centres had on making a difference to early years, setting our children right, putting them into school on the right path, school ready, with their needs attended to. You are hypocrites. That's the bottom line. This motion, as Councillor Maple said, if Alan Jarrett was here, if some of you were here, you'd have torn the guts out of it, as Vince said. You've deleted everything after Councillor Lammas, and believe me, after your performance tonight, next time one comes, I might be minded to do the same. It's about taking responsibility for real things that happen. We want to do all of the things in Councillor Lammas's motion, but we know how difficult it is because of the situation that the Conservative government have placed us in. We know what a struggle it is for schools, as Councillor Coombs has said, with her direct experience as a head teacher. We know how hard the officers have to work to make every penny count. I support this amendment, and shame on you for opposing it.
Order. Councillor Jackson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to say that one of the reasons that I'm sitting here is because I've had to fight tooth and nail to get EHCPs or any support. It was Action School Plus then, for 5 of my adopted children that all have special needs. And the funding, the reason that it was such hard is because funding was cut. That's what I got from all the schools. We haven't got the money, we haven't got the resources. To the fact that, and Vince Maple spoke about CAMS as well coming in on this, that none of the resources were there because of the cuts and funding, to the fact that my 10-year-old had a psychotic breakdown and tried to take her own life. This is what we're really fighting for, and if you can't take responsibility for some of that, then shame on you. Thanks.
Councillor Lawrence.
Madam Mayor, I wasn't going to speak, but Councillor Patterson ignited something in me with his patronising words. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. And of course, it's always good to hear from Councillor Murray. I actually think we need to remind the Labour group that the reason we had austerity is because last time that they were in government, they left the country bankrupt. And the country has recovered ever since. The increase in SEND has been stark since the end of the lockdown and the COVID period. And I would remind the Labour group that they called for longer and harder lockdowns. Year 3 children particularly are struggling in school. Okay, the essence of Councillor Lammas's motion was just to remind the council that we need to speed up the process of diagnosis. Councillor Murray seems to have a very cosy relationship with the ICB, but I would challenge her to challenge the ICB on the parts of the SEN project that they are responsible for, particularly around diagnosis and the provision of mental health services for children. So it's all very well, Councillor Patterson. I think he used in a previous motion talking about an immoral government, which I thought was a really cheap shot, but nothing less than I'd expect from Councillor Patterson.
Can we please allow Councillor Lawrence to speak?
Thank you. That the administration might well have supported the original motion rather than trying a cheap political trick, maybe to give Councillor Patterson the foghorn that he likes to use at these events. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Lammers, you've already spoken, but Councillor Gareth Myton, your name has come up next, so would you like to take this time to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick point. I just found it quite interesting that Councillor Lawrence decided to talk about the austerity measures were down to the spending of the Labour government. I don't seem to remember being in the Labour manifesto anything about a global financial crisis. Obviously, that's something that I missed out when I read through that manifesto and campaigned upon it at the time.
Thank you, Councillor Myton. So I will go back to Councillor Mandarakis now.
So just to say that I agree with both Councillor Coombs and Maple that early intervention in SEND is vital. And I'm really grateful for the properly funded SEND support that was available when I was at school. My own son, as I mentioned earlier, is less lucky. His 13 years of cuts and bureaucracy has made for an arduous process that was first raised by his school when he was in reception and has only just started making progress now that he's in year 3. And therefore, I'm pleased to be able to support the amendment and proud of this council's commitment to doing everything that we can for children and adults with SEND needs, despite current funding challenges.
Thank you. Now I move back to the proposer of the amendment, Councillor Howcroft-Scott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So whether you listen to Councillor Coombs or Councillor Maple, whether you're knowingly or unknowingly incompetent, this government has ripped the heart out of education, and our amendment highlights that. We want all education funded, run and publicly funded, run well for the benefits of our children in Medway. End of story.
Thank you, Councillor Howcroft-Scott. This will now be put to vote. So.
No, already spoken. Already spoken on the amendment.
So, those in favour of the amendment, can we please have a count?
And are you voting, Madam Mayor? You need to be voting, Madam Mayor. Are you voting, Madam Mayor? Yeah. Okay. Those against?
And those against?
The amendment is carried.
The amendment is carried. So this is now the substantive motion.
Any other member?
Any other member? No? In that.
Robbie now can.
So Robbie, sorry, Councillor Lammers, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm thoroughly disappointed There's a difference between opposition and being the administration, and a difference between opposing for the sake of opposing and leadership. If you examine the detail of the motion and bother to do your homework or bother to attend Celia and Aretha's very informative briefing that they put on for members earlier in the week, you would have realised what I was talking about with this motion was not the total sum of money that the government gives to local authorities. It's entirely about the distribution of that sum of money to non-diagnosed, non-EHCP students in schools. This council, over the last 6 months alone, and they're making further substantial changes over the summer, ready for the new academic year, are significantly changing the way they distribute that money. That is a sole competency of the local authorities, nothing to do with the national government. In fact, when you look and compare local authorities against local authorities, Medway has an acute problem with the disproportionate number of students it has in mainstream schools, in special needs schools versus mainstream school provision. This is a problem that it must address. This motion was about asking the council to pause and rethink how they're doing the banding descriptions for the changes that they're implementing now as the distributor. Unfortunately, you're ignorant, you failed to read into the significant knowledge of it, and you didn't have the courage when you realised that you were wrong, Vince, to change your mind and say, let's just pass it through. You decided to play games, and I'm thoroughly disappointed.
All right.
I'd like a point of personal explanation from Councillor Lammas. Which bit of your motion are we not doing? Thank you.
I'm disappointed, as I stated, that you decided to make it party political. It need not be. And you spoke about things like early years, spoke of things like national funding,
very much.
when the motion is not to do with that.
Thank you very much for the questions and for the debate. Any other members? No other members. So is this agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. We move to the next item. So I call upon Councillor Pearce to propose the motion at item D.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it's late and we're all a bit tired. I'm not a politician. I'm just a passionate local resident. It's true.
Order, please.
This motion has come about because residents on the Hoo Peninsula...
Members, call to order, please.
I hope I still get my time. Because residents on... I hope I still have my time. Because residents on the Hoo Peninsula are celebrating 10 years since Medway Council's core strategy to destroy a nationally protected bird sanctuary at
Can
Lodge
we
Hill.
please allow Councillor Pearce to speak?
Thank you very much. Hopefully I've still got my time. To destroy a nationally protected bird sanctuary at Lodge Hill with a 5,000 home new town was condemned and rejected by the planning inspector in 2013. This, of course, didn't stop the planning committee approving a planning application to build on a site of special scientific interest a year later. This planning application was eventually withdrawn by the applicant, sensing the impending legal challenge they would face. A year before, the council rightly declared a climate emergency in 2019, and during the closure of Deangate Ridge Golf Course, Councillor Kemp rather shockingly said that he hoped Deangate Ridge had been cleansed of rare birds and exotic grasses. This was apparently a joke, although no one found it funny. This council has talked about the Medway Council area becoming a place of culture, but the lived experience of communities on the Hoo Peninsula and also in Strood and in Rochester is the complete reverse. With attempts to destroy it or successfully destroy, in the case of the Avening and Porter building, real heritage, real history and real culture. The Nightingale is a national cultural icon mentioned in several of Shakespeare's plays and by many other notable writers and poets. Yet Medway Council wanted to unforgivably destroy this local genuine and real culture against all professional and expert advice. For some bizarre reason, individuals within this organisation, including some past and present members, seem to have a real difficulty accepting expert opinions and outcomes. They will seemingly argue until they have no breath left in their bodies that night does not follow day. Perhaps they are members of the Flat Earth Society as well. Lodge Hill is, as a matter of fact, a predominantly greenfield site, as confirmed by the inspector, and is the best and most important site for Nightingale in the whole of Britain. This is a fantastic feather in our cap, so why isn't it celebrated by Medway Council? Perhaps if Ned and his Nightingale chums moved over to Capstone Valley, the council would of course be shouting from the rooftops, a bit like what I'm doing now, about how wonderful it is that we have this population of protected nightingale. There are some members here who are fundamentally unhappy with the motion and its wording. The real reason for this unhappiness is because they can't bring themselves to accept that they and Medway Council at the time were fundamentally wrong to want to destroy a bird sanctuary at Lodge Hill. We will see tonight if members of this council have actually learned any lessons from the Lodge Hill episode. This is very important when considering that this council will be judged on its environmental credibility when it comes to the next local plan examination. If the council can't accept that the previous promotion and allocation of Lodge Hill was fundamentally unsound, then what hope does it have going forward? What we'll probably see this evening is meaningless amendments proposed to the motion. Those who disagree and don't want to take responsibility for past mistakes and who don't want to accept that they and this organisation were fundamentally wrong can simply just vote down the motion. This council will be judged accordingly. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Is that supported? Councillor Crozer has supported. So, do you want to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I may as well speak now, Madam
Yes.
Mayor. Madam Mayor, it gives me great pleasure to support this motion. The idea of turning Lodge Hill into a housing development first appeared in 1998. In 2011, the first outline planning application was submitted for 5,000 houses. The following year, the British Trust for Ornithology's National Nightingale Survey revealed that Lodge Hill supported 85 singing males, more than 1% of the national nightingale population, making it the most important site in the country. Despite this, Madam Mayor, a revised outline planning application for 5,000 houses were submitted on behalf of the MOD and approved by Medway's Planning Committee. More than 12,400 concerned members of the public wrote to the Secretary of State asking for the decision to be called in to be decided by government. Remarkably, Madam Mayor, Medway Council still included Lodge Hill in every one of its development options in its draft local plan. In February of 2018, Lodge Hill was transferred to Homes England, which, and I quote, brings together land, money, expertise and planning and compulsory purchase powers with a clear remit to facilitate delivery of sufficient new homes. This time, the Council's draft plan development strategy was revised with a new set of options. One option still included development within the SSSI. However, all the other options continued to threaten the SSSI by building right up to its edges. Madam Mayor, the RSPB commented that although Homes England have announced that they no longer intend to promote land within the SSSI for housing, there is still pressure to build thousands of new homes on large areas of land around the SSSI, which could lead to damaging levels of urban pressure that could have a serious impact on the nightingales and other wildlife interests. Madam Mayor, I'm sure we can now all agree that the previous promotion and allocation of Lodge Hill site for development by former councils was fundamentally unsound, and that moving forward, this new council must champion and celebrate Medway's wonderful nightingales and other wildlife on the Hoo Peninsula. Madam Mayor, I will be supporting the motion and encourage others to show their support.
Thank you, Councillor Crozer. I will now move the debate to the floor. So first, it's Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before we go any further, I would like to move an amendment on behalf of the Conservative group and ask that it be circulated. Thank you.
Thank you. We will pause now and allow the amendment to be circulated. Allowed Councillor Edwards to speak first.
No, because if we get too messy, you can only debate one amendment at a time. We're going to do, you guys will presumably vote this thing down.
Sorry, one at a time, please. Can I have Councillor Pearce? Right. Members of the council,
Please act with respect.
please act with dignity and respect for each other, please. All right, I have addressed it, Councillor Pearce. Councillors, can we please behave with dignity and respect as is expected from each and every one of you? And when I'm addressing Councillor Pearce, could you kindly allow me to also make sure that I am observing that respect and dignity is being observed, and you also respect the fact that I am trying to maintain order here. Thank you.
So now we go to George to speak to his amendment.
So we will now allow Councillor Perfect to propose his amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Conservative Group will always champion wildlife here in Medway, whether it be on the Hoo Peninsula, Strood, Rochester, Chatham, Gillingham or Rainham, and work with our communities to celebrate environmental causes and further wildlife protection. We do not believe that conflating this at the current time with planning policy arguments surrounding strategic regeneration and the local plan is wise nor proper through a motion, and therefore we move this amendment. I move this amendment on behalf of the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that supported?
Second that proposition.
Thank you, Councillor Spring, for supporting that. Are you speaking now, or are you reserving your right to speak later?
I shall reserve my right, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'll move the debate to the floor then. So we are debating the amendment, and we have Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. We'll not be supporting this amendment, not because we don't value all of the wildlife. I won't single out anything specifically written by Shakespeare. And rest assured, this council leader will be protecting birds far more than the previous council leader. So from that perspective, we don't feel this amendment goes far enough in recognising the challenges we have. So although we have a lot of sympathy with the amendment that's been placed, we will not be supporting this, and we will be moving our own amendment in due course. Thank you.
So now no other members. So Councillor Spring.
So there being no other members on the floor willing to ask questions on this amendment being proposed, I will go back to Councillor Spring.
Pardon? Councillor Spring.
Yeah. As the supporter of the amendment.
As you have supported the amendment being proposed, so it is now your opportunity to speak in support of the amendment.
I echo what my fellow Councillor Perfect had said. The amendment makes absolute perfect sense. It is not just a matter of protecting the wildlife. I think it says, as the amendment is, we need to carry this amendment forwards. Pardon?
Can I just respectfully request everybody that you only talk when it's your turn to talk? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for that, and reminding the Councillor Murray of her duties to show respect to her fellow councillors.
It is
Mayor,
applicable to everybody. Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, I ask that this amendment be carried.
Thank you very much. Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No further comments to make. Just commend this motion to the Council on behalf of the Conservative Group. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will now go back to Councillor Pearce as the original mover of this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Motion.
Yeah, we won't be supporting the amendment because this is an attempt to remove responsibility and acceptance that what a previous council did was fundamentally wrong. And if you can't accept that, you can't go forward.
So we're now voting on the amendment. All those in favour?
So, okay, we're now voting on the amendment. All those in favour, please. Thank you very much. All those against?
The amendment is lost.
The amendment is lost. Thank you.
So now we go to Lauren.
And as Councillor Edwards wished to speak on this motion as well, it is now your opportunity, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. We'd like to submit an amendment, and can that please be circulated?
So because another amendment has been tabled, we will pause whilst this has been circulated and people have had an opportunity to read it. Thank you. Councillor Lamas, I'm just taking some advice. Councillor Lamas, I am taking advice. Can I please take advice and come back to the floor? And I have also noticed that whilst the council has been running, some councillors have just been joking and not paying attention at all. So I would really, really request you all to observe dignity and respect for the council. Thank you very much. Councillor Hubbard, could you kindly refrain from talking to Councillor Pearce? Thank you. So we have an order, a query, point of order from Councillor Kemp. So this is your.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking at this amendment, and to me, and I'd like to take the advice of the monitoring officer, this looks like to me to be a new motion, because the original motion deals significantly with flora and fauna and wildlife, yet the amendment hardly mentions it. So I think this is a new motion and therefore should be disregarded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will be taking advice from the monitoring officer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm aware of the nature of the amendment that has been proposed, and I'm satisfied that it is within the rules that dictate council process for tonight's meeting.
On that note, I will request Councillor Edwards to propose the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to move this amendment today, although unfortunately it means removing a Shakespeare quote. We will of course support and celebrate our wildlife, but as has already been discussed tonight, Medway has been dealt a huge blow in having £170 million that would have been spent on vital infrastructure on the peninsula, pulled by the Conservative government. And it is shocking that the removal of this vital funding has been welcomed by the local Conservative MP, Kelly Tolhurst, although I note the official position on the opposition now recognises this lost funding for the utter disaster that it is. And it is a disaster because, as the motion states, our current local plan is 20 years old. The last Conservative administration failed to bring an updated local plan to full council because of their own political division, and thus we never got the opportunity to vote on it. Now, as the new administration, we have committed to deliver a local plan in the next 2 years. That is as quickly as we can do so, as the process quite rightly needs to take into account the views of residents from across Medway. But it does mean that until that local plan is agreed, there will be a presumption towards development when house building companies bring forward planning applications. It means it will be very difficult to prevent the approval of applications for houses in places that we may not want them. Without an up-to-date local plan, which sets out clearly how we will make progress against national housing targets, any attempts to reject undesirable planning applications are likely to be overturned. Because we are required to build houses, not only because the government tells us to, but because we have a housing crisis in this country that is heavily driven by lack of supply of good quality, affordable housing. Now, we can require house builders to pay extra money to benefit the community, known as Section 106 contributions, but those payments will be nowhere near the value of the £170 million that has been taken away from us. That money would have paid for improvements to roads, public transport, and green spaces in advance of any housing being built, such as delivering a new community parkland at Deangate. It would also have tackled problems that residents on the peninsula are dealing with right now, like severe congestion on the Four Elms roundabout. Now, we can try to use the smaller Section 106 contributions that we may get from developers who build houses on the peninsula anyway, but this will only cover a fraction of the costs that are needed to create the sustainable communities we all want to see. And because we will have to use this Section 106 money for this purpose, it means we can't use it for the extra things that we would have given communities on the peninsula had the government not pulled the funding, like better leisure services. Our amendment tonight puts on record this council's disappointment that we have had £170 million worth of funding pulled from our community, and I would hope that all members would support it on the basis and recognise the fact that its removal does not stop house building on the peninsula. All it does is ensure that any houses built are going to be less sustainable. But we don't just want to complain. What we want is a discussion with Michael Gove as the Secretary of State about the mixed messages his government is sending in telling us to build houses and then pulling the funding that would make those houses sustainable. And we want urgent alternative funding for what is much needed infrastructure on the peninsula, as this motion proposes.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Is there a seconder? Is that supported? Councillor Khan has supported. Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later? We will now debate this motion. So this is the debate for the amendment. So first of all, I have Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This amendment is a complete circus, basically. It's got nothing to do with the original motion. The original motion was about Lodge Hill and Nightingales. I don't see how that's extended onto the £170 million HIF and national policy and talking to Michael Gove and the rest of it. Just to make the public record aware, I had Councillor Hubbard waving a piece of paper in my face carefully when he knew the microphones were off. And he was waving a piece of paper in my face saying, what's this article, Councillor Pearce, discussing my private business, which is not for this chamber. So I would like to raise a complaint about that. If he wants to talk about it on the public record, he can do so. He can send in a letter and we will respond to that. The business will respond to that. But you can't discuss someone's private affairs in the council chamber. That's just absolutely ridiculous. I see his behaviour as intimidating and bullying.
Councillor Lammers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for calling me. I have indicated 3 times I wanted to speak on a point of order, so I'm pleased to finally get called. 2 points. Councillor Hubbard is still intimidating and waving the piece of paper. I've witnessed him doing all the time. When you asked him to, when you didn't ask him, you didn't actually name him, you spoke to all members, seems to be the theme of the night. He said no. So he defied your polite recommendation.
We are debating the amendment. Thank you very much for pointing that out.
And on the amendment, which also indicates to the apparent bias of the proceedings of this evening, this amendment is not substantially the same as the original amendment at all. And I'm pretty sure that if I got a second legal opinion of any other council chamber in the country, they would back that up. And I don't think this debate is orderly at all. And I don't think the conduct and your inability of naming members who are being disorderly by their name, which has been the common practice since I've been a councillor, the short time I've been a councillor here, I think is disappointing.
I'd ask Councillor Lammers to withdraw the comment about the monitoring officer's opinion. I've been in council meetings, and more experienced councillors will remember there have been previous monitoring officers where throughout the night both leaders of main political parties were frustrated by the monitoring officer's decisions. I can tell you this, over the next 4 years, I have no doubt in this chamber and elsewhere, the monitoring officer will give advice which will not please me and my team, because he's doing that from a point of being sure that this council acts appropriately. So in my view, I'd ask you to withdraw that specific comment around seeking other opinions. We have our monitoring officer. We should all 59 of us respect him.
Thank you. Councillor Turpin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On those points that Councillor Maple just made, I mean, yes, we can respect the decision of the monitoring officer, but that doesn't mean that we have to agree with them. And I would like to know what the threshold is for amendments like this being made, which are completely different, change the motion entirely. I mean, this is a completely different motion. So for that reason alone, I will not be supporting this amendment. And it just seems that it's an opportunity for Councillor Edwards to have another speech about the HIF and the local plan. And that is the only reason that this amendment has been brought forward.
Thank you very much. Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, as Councillor Turpin, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, just referred to, fundamentally disagree with the proposed change to the motion, and we would have preferred to have seen this 2 weeks ago. Obviously, I imagine due to the timing of the HIF announcement and Cabinet and everything else, probably might not have been possible, but disappointing. I think we will just restate the position that we've already made very clear on this matter, that the Conservative group deeply regrets the recent loss of the Housing Infrastructure Fund. The setback comes as a great disappointment to us and the people of Medway. The loss of the HIS funding is a missed opportunity, as it would have provided the essential infrastructure that is necessary to support future housing development. But as I say, we continue to want to engage positively with the administration on this matter and hope that we can do that outside of this chamber. But as I say, as the Deputy Leader of the Opposition alluded to, the Opposition will be voting against the motion, as we would have preferred to have seen this in advance with the other motions rather than as an amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. And we now have Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Madam Gurung. I just wanted to pick up a point about the actual purpose of this, which I believe is to protect the wildlife of the peninsula. But I think lost between the conflict between the members from the peninsula and the opposition there. They seem to be arguing about who was responsible for something in the past. And we're talking about the future of the peninsula here. The loss of the HIF funding means that we can no longer do our Sustainable Environmental Management Strategy, the SEMS part of the HIF funding. All that money has now gone. That involved the designation of the Cockham Community Woodland Area and its development and management as an area for wildlife and for the public to enjoy. It means the loss of the wildlife habitats that we're going to be created around Kingsnorth, the natural areas that we're going to be created of marshland and such like the rewilding project that we were going to do there. And it also affects the future of the Deangate region, the plans that could have been in place for that. All those projects would have helped protect the nightingales, and they're gone. And as a result of the decisions made by Gove and the Conservative government, we are really in a dilemma here. And all you guys can do is argue about who said what to whom a year ago. We're in a new authority here with new intentions to do the right thing for the people of Medway. And you can spend your time arguing between yourselves if you wish to, but I'd rather you didn't do it here in a serious place of work and a serious place of business.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maple.
Thank you.
Councillor Pearce, can we please allow Councillor Maple to speak?
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. And for the avoidance of doubt, absolutely, you can disagree with the monitoring officer, but saying I'm going to go and get a second opinion, that's not acceptable in my view. You accept it and you move on. For the avoidance of doubt, the Lodge Hill proposal that was there more than 10 years ago, of course, the conversation started. Many people supported that because actually what that brought to the community was housing with the infrastructure that's needed. And in that case, it was about actually educational provision, about employment provision, and so much more. And importantly, very strong environmental mitigation. But decisions were taken. That was in the past, as Councillor Curry-Wright says. Where we are now is that housing is coming. We've seen post-Lodge Hill, piecemeal development without the infrastructure, as some people who supported Lodge Hill at the time warned, from many different perspectives. So moving forward, it's right and appropriate. It is absolutely linked to the fact that Lodge Hill didn't proceed with its combination of housing and infrastructure, that now in 2023, 20 years on from a local plan, then when we're looking at housing and infrastructure, that actually the infrastructure has been taken away, not because an application's been withdrawn, but because Michael Gove's government department has says, we're not funding you anymore. That's it. That's it. So it is absolutely right. And this has been an opportunity today in this council chamber to send a loud, clear message that we as an administration, we as a council, and we'll see how people vote in a moment, I'll be calling for a recorded vote at the end of this, Mayor Gurung, just to give you advance notice, to see how we feel about that. Because actually, for me, it's about making sure we send a message to government. And again, whoever is in government, I hope there is different political governments in my first 4-year term as leader. And I'll be holding Lisa Nandy and Keir Starmer to account as well, because they need to do the best for Medway. But they're not there yet, and I hope they're there soon. And I hope we see some positive progress on that in a few hours' time. So from this perspective, we are deeply disappointed. Deeply disappointed. I put on record my thanks to officers who have worked hard on that project, and we will, as the final paragraph of the amendment, moved expertly by my friend and colleague, Councillor Lauren Edwards, has said, we will call for that much urgent needed infrastructure funding. Because if we're not doing that, we're not doing our job. So I will be supporting the amendment, regardless of whether it quotes the Bard or not. Thank you, Mayor Gurung.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Dejan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, but I'm concerned that the current administration is blaming everyone for the HIF when they were sat at the helm when this happened. What did you do to acquire more funding? What strategy did you put forward? How did you, where is the letter? Where is the letter, the withdrawal letter? You talk about transparency, where is it? Why do we not have the HIF funding? Why? Why did Michael Gove withdraw the funding? We need to know that.
Can we allow Councillor Habib Tijan to finish? Oh, is there a point of order?
Explanation. Homes England has been clear the main reason for us not receiving that money is a failure to deliver a local plan. We are cracking on in our first 57 days. Your administration had 20 years and failed to do that.
Okay. Councillor Tijan, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's not a point of order, actually, but yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Maple, you could come up with some reason. What's about the housing target? What have you done? Since last year, there was new information about the revised housing target. What are we doing with regards to that? We knew fully well, and we know very well, the fact of the matter is the £170 million will have never delivered the infrastructure we need to support. The plan was flawed, documentations were incomplete, so we know all the reasons. And you sat here as an opposition for X amount of years. You didn't challenge it, did you? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tijan. Councillor Osborne. All right, there's a point of personal explanation from Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mayor Gurung. Oh, my microphone's on now. Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Gurung. Point of order, we did actually write to Michael Gove in opposition, and we also produced extensive comments on the HIF proposals on a number of occasions. I have the records. I'm happy to share them if you wish, if you haven't got them already. We're happy to share those. So to say that we sat there and did nothing is not true. We actually did quite a lot in opposition, but we were ignored because your party was in control at the time and you pushed forward. What you failed to do, and we keep saying this over and over, you failed to deliver. And your failure to deliver cannot be put on us as if we're at fault. We've been here 57 days, and we're already making a difference. And you had 23 years to do things and didn't deliver.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Jones.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Gurin. There are 3 points I wanted to make. First of all, again, I'm puzzled at the opposition position. They accused us of not producing our amendment 2 weeks ago. The first time I saw the Conservative group's amendment to this motion was this evening, so I'm puzzled that they're accusing us of not producing amendments in time. The motion in front of us mentions infrastructure. The Conservative group seems to have a memory failure in terms of not taking responsibility for anything that it did since 2000 to 2023. If you are complaining, as we were during the last discussion, about SEN places in mainstream schools, why wasn't it tackled then? The absence of a local plan, why hasn't it been tackled between 2000 and 2023? Why is the local plan relevant here? Councillor Maple has explained that. He's also explained the significance of piecemeal development without infrastructure. And this is because for the last 23 years, we've not, or at least since 2003, we've not had a local plan. However, Councillor Curry wants us to move forward, and he's quite right. And I think the best way of moving forward and departing from the history that I've just described is to support this amendment, and the Labour and Co-op group will deliver a local plan.
I'll go back to Councillor Osborne.
Thank you very much, Mayor Garang. And I just want to support again the amendment by Councillor Edwards. And I have to say, Councillor Tijan, this is exactly the problem with the Conservative group that the former leader highlighted. They are absolutely inconsistent. We have Councillor Perfect, who appears to be speaking on every issue this evening, suggesting that they are against the loss of HIF funding. And yet we seem to have here that there seems to be people who are suggesting that that is a welcome situation. This is the situation we've ended up in, that your group's paralysis and internal wrangling has completely paralysed this organisation for several years, to the point where we have not been able to deliver on a local plan. And we inherited on day one the HIF response, the Homes England response, that we could not get the funding because we did not have a local plan. So it is literally the reason why we're in this situation. And to push it back on us, I think, is absolutely unreasonable. And I have to say, the MPs are inconsistent on this as well.
Point of order
Raymond
from
Chisty,
Councillor Tijan.
Kelly Tolhurst, Tracy Crouch, each of them have not stayed. There's no consistent position with them. There's no consistent position with you. Your leader is silent. Your deputy leader's trying to stab the leader in the back and take his job. And we've got a presumptive leader over here who's trying to take
Point
over
of order from Councillor Tijan first, and then Councillor Turpin.
You're smiling.
Right. Can we please allow Councillor Tijan to speak?
I never said, Councillor Osborne, I never said I welcome the withdrawal of the HIF. I asked for the letter, the withdrawal letter. Where is it? Where are the 10 or 20 points? What is the reason for withdrawal? That's what I asked for. Be transparent.
Thank you, Councillor Tijan. Councillor Turpin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Point of order, at what point have I tried to stab the leader in the back? Are you talking about the current leader, or are you talking about the leader of the council prior to your election? Because I need to answer that, so I need an answer on.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne, could I please have the answer to that?
Yeah, no, I can answer both questions. So certainly on the first situation with the HIF, the letter on the HIF funding is very clear that they did not go forward with the HIF because of the lack of a local plan. That has been in the public domain, it's been discussed in Cabinet, and that is the situation that we're in. Now, if there's documentation that needs to be arranged for people to support and see, that is absolutely the case that it will be shown. In terms of the consistency within the Conservative group, and this has been written by the former leader, okay, there were machinations. He wrote about this on Conservative Home, that his group was stabbing him in the back over the local plan. That is what I referred to. It is in the public domain. He has written about that, and that is the case. But I have to say the consistency here is
Councillor
the same.
Lawrence, can you please allow Councillor...
I can't tell whether your group is actually supporting Kelly Tolhurst or not. So perhaps you can clarify clearly once and for all.
Thank you. I think that's enough. Thank you, Councillor Osborne. We will move to Councillor Spalding. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Was there another point of order? Mr. Councillor Turpin, please go ahead.
Order. I wanted to know the clarification of who I was trying to stab in the back and take whose job. So the previous leader. I was trying to take the previous leader's job.
Okay,
so can you
that's
withdraw?
okay.
Can Councillor Osborne withdraw that comment because he can't answer it?
Councillor Osborne, would you like to respond to that? But I would not want people to be councillors to be talking across the floor, please.
So I'm very happy to respond. It was a publicly produced written piece for Conservative Home where he claimed that he was being stabbed in the back by his own backbenchers. And it has to be said, members who are representing those Peninsula wards were itemised. They were indicated as being those that had done that. And Rochester councillors as well. So again, there's no names mentioned here, but that was what he indicated in his written piece. Thank you.
We move on. Councillor Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have some legal training, although I don't actually practice law, but I've found myself in court occasionally, and I'm going to support the monitoring officer here because ultimately you have people that have to interpret rules and laws. You don't always like them. There have been times when I've actually looked a district judge in the eye and had to bite my lip. It happens. We work with it. We also respect the office that he has. Now, when this motion originally came up, I looked at the inspector's letter, and the first thing I will say, particularly looking at the amended motion, it was in fact a proposed course strategy, not an actual course strategy. And basically, Medway Council's only reasonable course of action was to withdraw it and prepare a new local plan. That was the planning inspector's finding. So if you look at the new amended motion, pretty much correct, apart from proposed course strategy. Yes, it's 20 years since Medway Council last agreed a local plan. And I'm sure we all agree infrastructure is a key requirement for all of Medway to progress. And one of the first things I did when I formed a new political group with Councillor Pendergast was to say, infrastructure now, development later. I'll leave paragraph 4 for a moment and come back to it. Yes, we should write to the Secretary of State and saying, look, if you've taken that away, what are you going to do for us? Quite correct. The problem I have with paragraph 4, and I'm grateful to Councillor Osborne for saying this, because we never had, even though it's been asked for, I've asked for Homes England's letter. Councillor Maple says main reason, but we understand there's 29 others. There's a March plan. There was a July plan. We've asked for I've asked for these. I've never seen them. Now, Councillor Osborne says it will be shown. Well, why will it be shown later? Why has it not been shown? Why have you not engaged with us now? How can I support, as an elected member, whose ward is not overly affected in terms of directly the amount of houses, because it's going to get very few, but it's going to be affected by the lack of the additional traffic and everything else. How can I support that? So I'll be grateful if Councillor Maple or Councillor Curry can confirm that, for whatever reason, these documents have not been shared, certainly with this elected member, because I've made about 5 or 6 requests for it. Other than that, you know, certainly 4 parts of this make quite sensible reading. To say I'm disappointed with something, how can I be disappointed with something I don't know about? I haven't seen the documents, I therefore cannot make an informed decision. And it's a shame we didn't get to question H earlier. Mayor Guron, I am obliged.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Goulven.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And much to my surprise, I find myself agreeing with much of what Councillor Spalding has said. I do disagree with the monitoring officer this, though I respect his decision, because we have to have a decision one way or the other, wherever it falls. But the problem is that this amended motion brings up a debate about the HIF, not about what was in
the original mover of the motion. And I must say, having asked the Leader of the Council once in person and the second time 2 days ago by email requesting to have a copy of the letter, if that letter had been found, in the interest of open government and integrity, if we'd had every member in this chamber this evening with a copy of that letter, I think we could have had a far more informed and intelligent debate on the motion that's in front of us. But lacking that openness, and I can't understand why the rest of us cannot see, so we can have an informed debate. So I will state now, I would like, please, by the close of play tomorrow, every member of this council to have a copy of that letter. If that's not done, I will be first thing Monday morning putting in a freedom of information request so every member of this council can have a copy of that correspondence so we can know what we're talking about. So really, I can't support this amended motion at all because I do not have the background to debate it one way or the other, and only a handful of members in this chamber this evening have that information. So until we have that information, we cannot have a proper informed debate on this issue. That is why my group put forward the amendment, because we felt the spirit of that original motion was well worth supporting. That's been put aside, and I think this motion, amended motion, is put aside. And if we go, and let's just drop the whole thing and perhaps have another debate when we're all fully informed and we could all know what we're talking about. Tonight we can't, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councillor Galvin. Would you like to respond to that, Councillor Maple?
Detailed briefing organised, which due to officers and others being unavailable to attend, to give full explanation behind the letter without those detailed conversations which aren't in the letter. That has been rescheduled. I'm happy to extend that to all councillors, frankly, to have that detailed information which sits behind the decisions and the correspondence and conversations that have happened at pace. So I want to make sure that happens. So I'm happy, and through the Chief Executive, we'll make sure that is extended to all members.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. And we have Councillor Crozer as well, raising a point of order.
Mayor, it seems that throughout this whole kind of HIF debacle, it's been Secret Service. All we've ever done is ask questions of people, and we've never got answers. We've tried freedom of information. We've tried pre-action protocol letters. We still haven't got any information about it. And I just wondered what letter that you're referring to. Are you referring to the 9th of May letter, or is there an additional letter that we've not seen? We still haven't seen
Point of explanation from Councillor Maple.
Can I finish, Mr. Mayor? Sorry, Madam Mayor. We still haven't seen the minutes of the board meetings that we were supposed to get from the Business Overview and Scrutiny Committee that was a couple of months ago. It's just nothing. There's just no information coming from the council whatsoever.
Thank you. Point of explanation, Councillor Maple.
I refer you again to the fact that briefing that was restricted to some members, particularly the members who directly represent the area. I'm happy that's extended, and that gives an opportunity to, because the correspondents by themselves don't go into the level of detail that obviously myself and the Chief Executive in the most recent conversations have had. And I want that transparency to happen, but I want that to happen in a way where we're not having, frankly, 150 emails with hard-pressed officers, getting everybody in the room, having that discussion. I think that's helpful. That wouldn't have necessarily happened under the other administration. I can't say whether it would or wouldn't have done. It is happening under this administration, and that will give everybody the opportunity to ask those questions.
Thank you, Councillor Maple.
Clarification.
I think we will have to move on to another councillor, Councillor Brook.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dare I indulge the council by actually going back to the original motion that was put forward by Councillor Pearce, which we seem to have forgotten all about, and we've strayed onto the HIF bid and anything else that seems to come into anybody's mind. But looking at the original motion, there was no mention here of the HIF bid. It was purely about the wildlife and in particular the nightingales. That was the original motion. The Conservative group then picked up that motion and said, look, this is a very long-winded way of what you're trying to do. What we want, in fact, is to still be mindful of the nightingales, not only on the Hoo Peninsula, but right across the whole of Medway. So the amendment came forward in that. Again, no mention of the HIF bid, very clear. Can I remind members that earlier on this evening, Councillor Maple spoke about the HIF bid as part of his report, but made it very clear, and forgive me, Councillor Maple, if I paraphrase this, but basically the message that was being given out was one of that the HIF bid is something, and the withdrawal of the finance, this is something that's going to be taken up with Mr. Gove and his department to make sure that that's clear. And in fact, as the opposition, we actually said, yes, okay, we understand what you want to do. In fact, it's well publicised in the newspapers. It's everywhere. Everybody who wants to see about it, it's in the public domain. So we know that Councillor Maple and the administration today have full intentions of going forward to Mr. Gove. Now, all of a sudden, at the end of the evening, while we're talking about nightingales, we're then faced with another amendment, this new amendment that comes from the Labour group, and all of a sudden we find that we're talking about the levelling up and housing communities to withdraw the 170 million of the funding. Why did Councillor Maple not tell us at the very beginning of the evening that further in the meeting he intends to put a motion or an amendment and relative to the HIF bid? So I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, but I think what has been put here today by the Labour group, in fact, is totally out of order and is absolutely nothing to do with the original motion that was put forward. So, and finally, I'm going to say that whilst Councillor Galvin said that he wanted the information to be made available by the end of tomorrow, the fact is that, as he said that, it was passed. Sorry, this is important, Madam Mayor, because he said it was. When he said it was after. It was after 12 o'clock, and therefore we are into tomorrow.
That
so
has been
we
noted
want it
already.
for the end
Thank
of
you very much,
today,
Councillor
Friday.
Bray.
Thank you.
Finally, we have Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bearing in mind that this place does not have a canteen and therefore no facilities to provide breakfast, we've now been here for well over 5 hours. Do you have it in your power to put a guillotine on this debate and go to the vote? Please.
We go back to the supporter of this amendment, Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yes, it's been an enlightening debate for the last few, well, I was going to say hours because that's how it's felt, but I think it probably has been minutes. I think, first of all, just to make that link back to the original motion, one of the biggest risks to our environment across Medway is the lack of a local plan. And I think we need to be really honest about what that means. And I think it's disingenuous to say that this motion originally wasn't linked to the local plan. It clearly states it and talks about sites that had been put forward for housing. Now, obviously, our need to deliver housing across Medway is known. That's for two reasons. One, the government numbers, which actually we have challenged as opposition. We worked very hard on this when we were in opposition, harder at times than perhaps the administration did in trying to get this through. So I just want to put that on the record. But I think that, we need to meet housing need, and we do need to deliver homes that are affordable, social housing across Medway, and that's something that has come strongly from the audience today. And unfortunately, what we've seen in the Conservative group, and actually from some of the independent councillors, is just pure NIMBYism. They don't want it to happen where they live. And as a result, they've torn themselves up as a group because, particularly from the Conservative group, they wanted to protect their seats. It didn't work out too well, though, did it? So I think we've got to move on from behaving in this way when it comes to the local plan, because it's this sort of debate, this kind of gesture politics that has led us to this position in the first place. And that's why this motion is very practical. It addresses the fact that, yes, we need housing in Medway, but as a Labour group, we also recognise that it is fundamental that the infrastructure that needs to go with it is also delivered. And what the government have done by putting the 150 million, and again, I go back to members on the other side who are saying they didn't know anything about this, it's all in the public domain. You can pick up any newspaper, watch any news channel. Kelly Tolhurst, one of your own MPs, is already talking about this. So yes, we will share that information with you, but let's not pretend something underhand has gone in here. What's happened is you failed to deliver a local plan, and now we've lost this money. That's the long and short of it, Councillor Tajan. So you need to recognise that. Okay, it's not your failure. In the week that we've been in administration, that's when this government made this decision. Were they doing it on political grounds then? But there's got to be a reason why this funding has been pulled, and the reason is because we weren't able to show that we were capable enough as a council to deliver a local plan. And that's where this challenge has come from. So I just want to put that on the record. Okay? Now, the reason why we've talked about the infrastructure bid is because it is vital for Medway, and that's why we need to get to the Secretary of State so we can resolve this matter. So it's been a long debate, but I hope we can move on tonight by putting this forward and doing the things that we need to do for Medway residents by delivering homes and the necessary infrastructure.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Now we finally... Point of order from Councillor Golford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to go back. I'm sure the Leader of the Council didn't mean to be condescending, but it did sound a little bit that way when he said you can't have the information from the letter because you won't understand it, because you won't have the... I think if we're going to have a constructive talk when we have the presentation, there should be, as is common with all of our meetings, we have the information before us that we can then construct the questions that we need to ask during the necessary discussions afterwards. So I repeat again, I think we should, all members of this council should have access to information, please, before we have that presentation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Golford. We come back to the original proposer of the amendment, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. So I acknowledge the comments made by opposition councillors about the amendment, but as the Leader of the Council has said, the monitoring officer has allowed the amendment and we take advice from him. In respect of Councillor Jones' comments, I can just reiterate that we provided our amendment to the usual timescales, as he said, and I don't think an amendment or even a substantive motion has ever been provided to the other political grouping 2 weeks in advance. And then picking up on Councillor Curry's comment about our amendment being focused on the future, that's absolutely correct and why we've put it forward. The loss of £170 million funding will have a huge impact on wildlife and green spaces on the Hoo Peninsula. We will lose the new community parkland at Deangate, as is mentioned in our amendment, hence the relevance. So that's why it's important that we have discussions with the government on securing alternative funding as this amendment proposes. And then responding to Councillor Tijan's comments, you know, as a Labour group in opposition, we were heavily involved in the discussions around HIF. Councillor Curry in particular led those, and I believe we had multiple lengthy consultation responses from the Labour group. And in fact, I think a proposed bus link was that we proposed was eventually adopted in the revised scheme by the previous Conservative administration. So I certainly remember sitting in lots of regeneration ONS meetings where we in opposition were talking about the costs, we were talking about the management of the HIF scheme. So we've been incredibly involved in this all the way along. But since we've been in charge of the administration, I think what we've clearly done is everything that we could to save that £170 million. And I think it's appalling that the Secretary of State has declined to even meet us to discuss the matter, and we've had to go through civil servants. Hence the motion. We want alternative funding to reflect the fact that we have lost a significant level of funding that would have really benefited our community.
So we will go to the vote.
You need 6.
You need...
Oh, okay. So we are now voting on the amendment. So all those in favour of the amendment?
Right. So initially, we're going to be voting on the amendment. So all those in favor of the amendment? All those against?
So the amendment is carried.
The amendment has been carried.
That is now the substantive motion.
So that will now be the substantive motion.
Go to the vote.
And we'll go to the vote. So a recorded vote has been requested and there are 6 members. So that fulfills the criteria.
I'll do that. So thank you, Madam Mayor. Members, so that we are clear, we are now conducting a recorded vote on the substantive motion that is on the table before members. I will call each member in turn, and each member will indicate whether they are for or against or whether they abstain. And can I ask, please, members, that you do speak up loudly so that we can hear your vote. So each member in turn. Councillor Anang. Councillor Anima-Shawn. Councillor Barrett. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Campbell. Councillor Cook. Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Crozer. Councillor Curry. Councillor Doe. Councillor Edwards. Councillor Etheridge. Councillor Fern. Councillor Field. Councillor Filmer. Councillor Gilbourne. Councillor Golvin. The Mayor, Councillor Gurung.
For.
Councillor Hackwell. Councillor Hamandishe. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Halcrow Scott. Councillor Hubbard. Councillor Hine. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jones. Councillor Joy. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Khan. Councillor Lamas. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Mandarakas. Councillor Maple. Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Murray. Councillor Myton. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Nestorov.
For.
Councillor Osborne. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Peake. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Perfect. Councillor Luella Printer. Councillor Mark Printer. Councillor Price. Councillor Sands. Councillor Shokar. Councillor Spalding. Councillor Spring. Councillor Stamp. Councillor Tijan. Councillor Mrs Turpin. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Williams. The motion is carried, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
That now concludes our business.
So, right. There being no further business, I declare the meeting closed. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions.